Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live video. Today is the 29th of March. It's Monday. The year is 2021. My name still Carey Holzman. Well, Carey Holzman without the still. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm getting a little bit of an early start to get things prepped and ready to make sure that everything is technically working okay on the video and audio side of things. The internet connection here is still a bit wobbly, so bear with me. Ideally, it's sorted, but we'll see how things go here in the next few minutes. So hello to my friends in blue here in the chat, giving me the shouts out from Brad and Francois, Daniel and Terrell, Hugh Wong, Vern Mahoney, and Future Sticks in Motion, Dennis Paulson. Hey guys, thank you guys so much for being the first to say hello in the chat. I appreciate your enthusiasm, and see how my lighting is here. It's a little weird. Bring up some more lights. Let's see if that helps at all. Today is going to be sort of some channel updates to let you know what's going through my mind, and get you some. I'm asking you guys for some feedback today. Let you know what's coming up this week. Tom Jackson contributes $7.77 and says that's an odd case. It is an odd case, isn't it? We'll talk more about that in a little bit here. Thank you, Tom. Thanks for supporting the channel as always. There's Joe Bush. Hey, Joe, how are you, my friend? And George Ferrugia. Welcome in, George. David Griswold and Kenny Whidden. Andrew L. says hello from Melbourne, Australia. Welcome in. Gingadit Daesh says, hey, buddy. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to everybody. Michael Shaw. Tim Too Much. Yeah, so I am working on a few things that, well, where to start? That's the problem. When you have a big mountain of travel ahead of you, it's always the first few steps that are the hardest. So where should I start? Let me see. I'm getting a lot of offers coming in from third-party companies that want me to sell you guys to them, right? I mean, that's effectively what sponsorships are, or commercials would be selling the audience. That's something I don't take very lightly. I only want to recommend products I use. And I'm trying to counterbalance the costs involved with doing this with the contributions. Folks have always been very generous here. I've been very fortunate that way. But things have started to change from the studio location and what's been going on with business. Now I'm reaching sort of a fork in the road where I'm going to have to make a decision. And I've been allowing my business to sort of not slow down, but not to gain any more work. I've been sort of leveled off on it so that I could spend more time with the YouTube channel. And it's not that the business is dying, because I don't want people to think that, because it's just not true. It's a question of what I want to do. Right, if there's so many hours in a day, how do I want to spend that time? Would I rather be continuing to run my PC repair business as I have been and take on some more new clients? Or would I rather take that free time where instead of finding new clients, I push out more content on YouTube, focus more on all the behind the scenes stuff, from sponsorship deals to studio settings, lighting, audio settings, all of that. And I'm definitely leaning on the YouTube side of things, primarily because I see an exit strategy for the business. But where my dilemma lies in this is I've got a couple of clients that will probably be retiring in the next few years. And when they retire, I think the business will probably close, I'm guessing. And if those businesses close, that's the last remaining anchors I have in the business. All the other work is sort of break-fix work, which is very random. You might get hit with a bunch of calls all at once, then you may hear nothing for a while. So I don't really count on that in business. I used to when I first began, but it's too stressful. There's too much anxiety in that. So I always work with businesses on retainers to do regular preventive maintenance and be proactive instead of reactive. It's less stressful. But it is a lot of work getting a new client up to speed. Once they're up to speed and all the computers have been, you got to go through all their assets, make sure that everything is set up correctly, configured correctly, machine by machine by machine, including the network. And once you put that huge investment of time and effort into it, then the job should become easier and more profitable as things start to smooth out with the new configuration. That's why I configure them the way I do, so that I don't have to be disrupted randomly throughout the days of the week or the months of the year. And my clients appreciate that because it's also not disrupting their business. So it's a good workable strategy for a business. But if I lean more onto the YouTube side of things, if I let the business side, like when those clients retire and I don't replace with any new retainers, then I will struggle to maintain the difference in this channel, being that I'm a working computer technician, not that I used to be one, because there's a lot of tech enthusiast channels out there of what they used to be. And they do a lot of specialty computer builds that are very impractical, in my opinion, and don't really have much appeal to most end users for owning it, but might be interested to watch that kind of stuff. And so I'm sort of thinking of joining, of taking away the business side of things, and then focusing more like the enthusiasts do. And I'm going to explain more about that in a minute. I see James Prezzi's contributed $10. He says, after a year hiatus, I finally get to go back to work. I work at a ballpark making burgers for fans at Padres games, and it feels great. I hope you are doing well. Stay safe, and thanks for all the content. Hey, James, thank you. I'm glad to hear you're getting back to work, and I guess baseball's back on, huh? They're talking about a fourth spike in this pandemic, but I hope it all doesn't shut right back down again. So be safe, be careful. But hey, feels good to get back to work, right? And thank you again for supporting the channel. So the dilemma I run into is I could use the business to finance the YouTube channel and make a few videos every now and again and continue to drive the point home in the difference between enthusiasts and pros. And it's not to look down on the enthusiasts, but only to make people aware there's a difference, because I just keep running into people who can't or won't or have never considered how building a computer for yourself or your friends is very different from doing it to earn a living, and the scale of things, the marketing of it, the responsibility, the liability of it. And I feel it's a big gap in the tech video arena here on YouTube. I feel like it's just mostly all enthusiasts. And I would like to see more people actually doing the work so that we had more balance. And then people could realize, watching an enthusiast versus watching a professional, why certain decisions are made. And it's not my responsibility to fill in the gaps on YouTube. I've always liked to do what other people are not doing. And I enjoy making the YouTube videos. They're far more rewarding to me right now. Maybe because it's different. But after 30 years of being a professional computer technician, I'm finding the YouTube videos to be a more rewarding experience. Certainly stressful, but stressful in a different way. And basically, I can't be fired from YouTube, right? Nobody can fire me. Nobody can end my career. To have that independence and that freedom is very appealing to me. What's not appealing to me is joining the fray of enthusiasts and becoming one. I mean, I am one. I've never not been an enthusiast. Don't misunderstand. I became a technician, a professional technician, because I was an enthusiast. But what I learned was that being a professional technician wasn't at all, I wasn't prepared. Like in my mind and what I was expecting, it was very different. And I thought, gee, I wish I would have known that before I got started, just so I could have been better prepared. That's all. I still love the job, but it's a very different job than what I thought it would be. And I get emails at least once a week from somebody who said they became a computer tech or started working in computers based on the inspiration they received from my videos, and that makes me feel great. You know, I don't know how often the enthusiasts get that, and I don't know how often or if at all the enthusiast might get an email from somebody saying, I was really inspired by watching your channel, so I decided I wanted to be a computer technician, and it has nothing at all to do with whatever you guys are doing here. There's very little in common. And maybe they don't get those emails. I don't know. But I just know that I was blindsided numerous times my first few years as a computer tech with the politics, the bureaucracy, corporate life, policies, procedures, and protocols, and why they exist and why they make sense. And you know, there's pros and cons to each side of it. One is I can probably, if I'm focusing on my content without so much distraction, I think I can make better content. The other problem is it may be that impractical content is what generates more subscribers, because it's not as though corporations are subscribing to me, right? And I wouldn't expect them to. People who are subscribing are generally going to be people just looking at YouTube videos for entertainment or distraction or, I hope, education. And yet, a cute dog or a cute kitten could, doing, something funny or something cute can generate far more views than if you took every view on my channel and added them up. Some form of entertainment could far exceed my views. And it changes my view. It changes my outlook on why I started the channel. So I started the channel to fill the gap, to counterbalance what was already done in abundance on YouTube. And then it started to grow and gain momentum and started competing with my day job. And I've been combining the day job to finance the YouTube stuff. Now it's pretty well, I wouldn't say it's flipped the other way. The business is fine on its own. It doesn't need any financial backing to keep it afloat. But my YouTube channel isn't what it could be because I don't have enough time to dedicate into it. But if I do that, then it changes my purpose. So if my purpose was to educate, after 13 years of making videos over and over and over and building and upgrading and repairing PCs and repeating myself time and time again, I need to change. I need to mix it up a little bit with some fresh ideas for fresh content, maybe more entertainment value, and it just leads me into an enthusiast type channel, which is probably going to triple my subscribers and my income and sponsorship opportunities, where right now I'm very particular over which sponsors I take on, because if it's not something I would use in business, it's nothing I would recommend to you guys. And so I've been turning down some lucrative offers because I don't feel comfortable with the products. For example, there are gray market software sellers, and I'm hammered by them. Like, you wouldn't believe the number of requests I get. And I'm not going to name names because that's effectively working for free if I do. But I wouldn't use those for a corporate client because there's too much legal risk involved in liability with what my company does and what I'm held accountable for. But if we're talking about home users watching YouTube, it doesn't really matter, right? It's sort of like it's sort of like the recording industry of America when they used to sue individual file sharers, and they don't do that anymore. The idea that you would get in trouble for a gray market software key, first of all, it's gray market. It's not illegal, but it's not exactly kosher. But if you're an end user, a typical end user, you don't have any money for them to go after, so they wouldn't spend money unless they could, make a profit from it. So when the RAAA when the Recording Industry Association of America was suing file sharers that were sharing music, they were trying to set an example. And when people started just filing bankruptcies instead of paying the ridiculous fines that were assessed by juries, which is a whole nother topic for discussion, I think the RAAA spent about $71 million to make $300,000. That's just not sustainable. And suing your customers is probably not good for business in the long run. But I'm not aware of anybody being, no personal individual being sued or sent a cease and desist letter or anything for gray market software keys. And by that I mean Microsoft Office, Microsoft Windows. And I have reached out to Microsoft's legal department and marketing department on several occasions, along with the Business Software Alliance, the BSA, and they won't return my emails regarding this subject, which to me is suggesting this is a green light that says they can't be bothered anymore. Apparently the landscape has changed now. And so I have put my foot down a long time ago, and I said, you are not going to see any gray market keys being sponsored here. I'm not going to accept those sponsorships because I wouldn't sell that to my customers. But you know what? I would sell it to my customer if it's a home user. I wouldn't sell it to a corporate user or a home user who had a lot of money who could be, sued. If you're sued and you don't have anything to take, there's really no threat of what are they going to take? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. And I'm not aware of it happening. In the last few years, that whole piracy landscape has kind of died down. And all of the press releases that the Business Software Alliance used to release, but we went after this company and that company, and they paid all this money, and these folks paid all this money, and a court found in our favor for that much money. And you realize, I could go out of business trying to save my customers money. I haven't seen any of those press releases or anything like that in a few years now. So I'm guessing companies have moved on. I mean, I really don't know what's going on with that. However, I don't feel right calling myself a professional and then turning around and selling gray market software keys. I feel that's an enthusiast. If you don't bear any accountability or liability, you're an enthusiast. That's it. It's not saying anything bad about enthusiasm. Not at all. It's not what I'm saying. It's just, that's the way the world is. I can't do anything about that. This is how the world is, and I need to stay in business. That's all. I'm just reacting to it, and I'm trying to navigate those waters very carefully and to make my audience aware of it in case they're not, about how serious that can be. Now, in this case, we're not talking piracy. Now, piracy is a whole different problem. Gray market, like I said, it's not illegal. And oftentimes you can still be sued and have to defend yourself even though it's not illegal. It's possible. But again, I don't know of any stories where that's happened to end users, only in corporations. And as I've mentioned, I'm getting a lot of offers now from all of these gray market key sellers. And it's good money that I'm turning away. And I've been turning it away for some time. And if I let the business side, well, it's leveled off, but if I let it die a natural death, I have to replace that income somehow. And one of the ways is to take on sponsorship deals where there's a very common attitude that I don't like in business, which is it's just business. When I hear somebody say it's just business, what I'm hearing is I know this is morally and ethically wrong. However, I want to be a successful business and this is what it takes. So don't take it personally, it's just business. I hate that. But as I'm approaching this fork in the road, I'm starting to understand that slightly differently now. What I'm seeing is people who want to stick to their morals and ethics are more often than not as successful or as popular. And I'm not saying that universally, but just in general, and it may be just the way I'm seeing it, but it seems like the people who will stand for their beliefs are not necessarily the most financially successful or the most popular people for any sustained period of time. They might be popular for 15 minutes, then you don't know who they are anymore. So there's business decisions to be made on a platform involving videos where I'm talking to the world, and I'm not talking to necessarily businesses. I'm talking to home users, and maybe home users that run their own business, but home users nonetheless. And of course, there's schools to teach people this stuff. It's certainly not my job to do it. And I have to decide if I want to go after something for me, or if I want to continue sort of doing my best to protect the world, right? I want my audience to be completely aware of everything that I know with regards to scams and security, gray market, software keys and what they mean and why they're cheap and how they're different, that professionals have liability and responsibility that enthusiasts don't have. And I just want you to know this. So I think it makes you have a better understanding of the world around you rather than just only seeing with one eye, right? There's no depth perception with one eye. I feel like when you have all of the information, then you have both eyes and you have the depth of the knowledge instead of just the one side of it. And then you can decide what's right for you. That's not for me to decide. But I do feel it's important that all the information, or at least the other side of the information, is presented to you if you choose to listen to it, right? If it's not there, you wouldn't know any better, right? But I'm here and I'm putting it out there. So now I'm kind of stuck trying to figure out how to move forward faster. I've been doing this channel now since 2008 and really haven't done much with it those first 5 or 6 years. And so 340,000 subscribers is something some YouTube content creators can get in the first year or two. There are YouTube content creators that will play back movies and music and react to it and make money from that. Now, how they're making money from other people's work is, questionable morals and ethics. Again, if they're not making money at it, if they're not profiting off of somebody else's work, or if they're sharing those profits, okay, that's different. If they're sharing the profits with the content creators that they're reacting to, that would seem more fair to me. But it's just business. So anyway, I am still not 100% sure which way I'm going to go on this, but it's starting to weigh heavily because I feel like if I take too long to decide, it may be too late for me to make my own decision. That decision may be made for me. So I am really, really stuck right now on how to proceed. I think change is a good, healthy, evolutionary thing to experience, and we get comfortable. And when we get comfortable, we don't put in as much risk and we don't get as much reward, which is fine. It's stable and it's reliable and you can count on it, but it's not exactly a fun roller coaster if it never goes up or down or turns. If it's just a straight roller coaster that moves at a reasonable speed, are you going to wait in a line for an hour and a half to ride it? Where's the thrill? Where's the excitement? And so I'm starting to feel that a little bit. Now, I have a ton of work to do. So no matter what happens, no matter if I decide to take on sponsorships I wouldn't normally take on or I don't, I still have these commitments I have to see through, which is still a few months of work at this point. But what I was getting at was there's this attitude that I hear a lot of, which is I'm not telling people, this is what I'm told when I confront or when other content creators confront me about the whole gray market software key, they're often very, for lack of a better term, offended that I'm saying they're not a professional tech to do that, and they'll call me on it, right? How dare you say such a thing? And it's just morally and ethically wrong. Well, it isn't. They'll argue that I'm not forcing anybody to buy it. I'm not even recommending they buy it. All I'm doing is saying, here's a site that sells Windows or sells Office that you can get cheap. I'm not telling them they should buy it. Well, but you kind of are. You're an influencer. And if you're in any way, shape, or form discussing a company's products and pointing your viewers to their website and saying, hey, look at how much money you can get Windows for, you can get Office for, you kind of are telling them to buy it. And they'll say, the words never left my mouth, Carey. I never once told my audience they should go there and buy the key. Never said it. Never said they should. All I did is said, here's this website, here's their name, here's what they do, and here's an example of their products and prices. That's all I've done. So we're back to, well, it's just business. You know, it doesn't matter what's being implied. I can't help what's being implied. I can't control if my viewers think that that's what I recommend. I never said I recommended it. Company paid me some money to put up their information on my channel for a few moments, and I took the deal. That's good business. That makes me a good businessman, Carey. I can't argue with that. I see their point. But ethically and morally, I still, I'm stuck because I still feel like, okay, it would be nice if there was a full disclaimer or a disclosure that stated, I'm not recommending it. If it specifically said, I'm not recommending this, I got a feeling the sponsor's not going to be good with that if you did that. So I would have to get on board with that line of thought. I would have to convince myself that that this would be okay to do so I can cash some more checks. And honestly, from the best of my knowledge, these sites will sell you keys that work. I don't know how long they'll work, but who cares? Like if it's a $10 key that's normally $160, you could buy it 16 times in order to break even. Generally speaking, from what I know about these keys and from what I've experienced myself, is if they activate, they stay activated until you change something, like maybe you put a new hard drive in, or maybe you get a new computer and you want to reinstall. It's during the reinstall, if you have activation problems, that's where it's going to be. And then you just have to realize it was a $10 key and just not even try. Just go buy another $10 key. So I've been in that comfortable middle where I will point out the sales, like PC World has those sales that they'll run for Windows 10 for $40, and it's a retail license key of Windows 10. It's real. And that way it'll reinstall and you own it forever for $40. But that's a sale price. It doesn't happen very often. And I didn't make any money on that. I know I saved a lot of you a lot of money by recommending it, but I didn't make a penny off of that deal. So in a way, that's not good for me. I am hurting myself looking out for my viewers. And that's, as the channel gets bigger, it's going to become costlier for me. I guess that's what I'm saying. And I can continue as I've been and just very, filter out sponsor opportunities to just the ones that I would use in business. But I've got to tell you, those companies are huge companies, and my channel's too small to garner the attention of the folks at Samsung or, large corporations, even Corsair, to be honest. So if I want to achieve that level of status, that means I need this audience to be about 3 times bigger at a minimum. I need like 1 million subscribers to start, and then they'll start, those large corporations that I use in business will finally start to pay attention. The irony is, to get there, it may require me to sell products that I don't recommend. Well, I wouldn't say sell products. I would say to promote. It's not even fair to say promote. To draw attention to or to showcase products that I don't necessarily, that I wouldn't use in business or recommend in a business environment. Which then goes right up against, I thought you said you were professional. Well, I mean, if I decide to do the YouTube thing as my primary source of income, then I guess I'll be a professional content creator instead of a professional technician. But these are just titles. None of that really matters. What matters is the audience growing? Is the channel growing? And am I able to sustain it? And it's really the question of the path to get there. And so that's really weighing heavily on my mind as I continue to navigate these unfamiliar waters in this unfamiliar territory, because this was never what I set out to do. This just kind of fell into place on its own, and now I'm trying to see if there's a way to make this grow. I already know how to make my business grow. I've already been there, done that. Now this is a chance to try something new, and in an area that I haven't just beaten to death over the last 30 years. So anyway, I appreciate any of your thoughts on that, and my thanks. I see a couple of contributions have come in that I missed, so super thank you to Planet Cryos, contributed $50. He says, here's 50 to go to the YouTube route, friend. It's very generous, thank you. Navy Retired with a $15 contribution said, Carey, you helped me to, just as you said, eBay sales at $15,000 in the last 6 months, laptops and towers. So he's saying he sold used laptops and towers on eBay to the tune of $15,000 in the last 6 months through what he's learned here on the channel and hopefully inspiration from the channel. He says he's just doing it part-time. That's good part-time money. Eric P. with $2 says, another great video as always. Hey, thank you, Eric. So anyway, I am struggling. Like I said, it's a bit disparaging to go the extra mile. And the foundation of my viewers, they get what I'm saying. You guys, you get me. But then as certain videos gain more popularity, they start showing up in Google searches and YouTube recommended videos, and I'll get somebody who has no idea who I am. They click on my video, they don't know, they don't understand the concept of what I'm doing. They compare it, I'm guessing this is what they compare it to some other enthusiast Czech channel, and then they conclude some negative thing that they want to make sure I know. And there doesn't seem to be any way to stop that. So, if people want to fight and argue and become hostile because they don't get something, if what I'm doing is just too much for them to comprehend, and if those people represent the majority of YouTube viewers, then I have to change if I want to get bigger. But there's a lot of ifs that I'm just not certain about. I will filter out comments the same way I filter out my sponsorships, sponsorship offers. If somebody is not good for this channel, I'll ban them. If a company is not good for this channel, I don't do business with them. And I run my business the same way. If I have a customer that's being very demanding and uncooperative and unreasonable, I just let somebody else service that customer. I can't let one person sink a ship. It's too big to allow to give consent or permission to a complete stranger to have that control. And so when these people, when they do this, and they do it often, when they make it clear that they're just not understanding what this channel is, and then insult the channel for their lack of ability to comprehend what I'm trying to communicate, I start wondering why I'm doing it. And that's those commenters, those people are never going to go away. No matter what I do, I already know this. No matter what I do, there's always going to be somebody who clicked on some free content on YouTube that didn't meet their expectations, and they want to let the content creator know how it should have been done, or that the content creator is, insert your choice of insult here, despite the fact that the content creator has no idea who these people are that do this, or some random name. And I don't know why people think, I don't know what they're expecting. If somebody leaves a nasty comment on a content creator's channel, do they expect the content creator to go, well, I'll be different now. Thank you for making me aware that I'm a jerk. I guess I won't be a jerk anymore, thanks to you. Does that happen? So I'm not quite sure what the goal is here, other than to just provoke. And if I'm trying to educate, and I'm taking what I'm doing very seriously, and other people are just having fun teasing and provoking because they get some form of entertainment out of it, then my question is, since I can't stop it, how do I get rich from it? You see what I'm saying? Then suddenly the morals and the ethics, they sort of loosen up a little bit. And it starts to self-justify by saying, all right, if there's a portion of the audience, and I mean a significant portion, that, not of you guys, but I'm saying if I was at the level of viewership that some of the bigger tech channels have, some of which are upwards of 100 times my size, how much money are they making? And will I still be able to hear the provokers over the sound of the money? And I don't know that money solves problems, but it certainly enables more power. And the people who leave comments do so as though they have power. Yet the people with the most power are the people with the most money. The golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules. Financial independence is a form of freedom, but it can also be a poisonous sword, because if you have financial independence, you may not have the motivation to get out of bed in the morning to do anything, because nothing's driving you. All the bills are being taken care of, everything operates on its own, and you can just hire people and delegate all the work out, where you get fat, look like Jabba the Hutt, and die of heart disease. I mean, it doesn't really sound like a bad way to go. I don't know. It's interesting. I guess it's a good position to be in, to have this ability and this opportunity to make a choice rather than having the choice made for me. So I'm just trying to get your reaction and your thoughts, especially when it comes to sponsors that I wouldn't use in a professional environment, right? So if you called me personally, if you and I talked on a phone, a private phone call, and you said, Carey, would it be okay for me to buy one of these gray market software keys? I mean, if you're just a home user, I'm sure it's fine, but you're not hearing it officially from me. I don't want any liability in this. If you're running a business and you're expecting that business to grow and get bigger, what you do today could come back to haunt you in the years ahead. If your business gets more successful, deeper pockets attract more people seeking to dig into your pockets, such as potential litigation. And from what I'm seeing on YouTube, I don't see a whole lot of real wealthy people hanging out. I mean, from what I can gather, that I would be concerned about, hey, you know, if a software company went after you, that you'd have something to lose, right? The vast majority of us are not rich folks, and the vast majority of us don't have any money for anybody to take. A lot of us live paycheck to paycheck. I know I did for the vast majority of my life, pretty much well up until about 3 years ago. And I'm not rich, and I'm not seeking necessarily to be rich, but it wouldn't bother me. What I am trying to do is to feel a little more impact in the videos that I make. And if the videos that I make are starting to feel as repetitive to you as they are to me, then that alone is enough reason to mix it up a little bit. It's been really enjoyable to bring on Mitch Morrison on the show to sort of mix things up a little bit. And speaking of Mitch and this weird looking computer that's beside me, Mitch will join me this Friday. We like to get started about 1 o'clock Arizona time. And we're going to build in this funky case. This was brought to my attention by my friend Ron in Illinois. He said, take a look at this. And I said, that looks, I wouldn't build in it. And yeah, thanks for bringing it to my attention. It's just got that one USB 3 port. I hate when case manufacturers do that, and I shut it down. And I started looking on YouTube to see, has anybody else done this? I couldn't find anybody else who's done this. And what I'm looking for is to do things other people haven't done. So the next day I ordered it and then said, hey, you know what, Ron, thank you for bringing it to my attention. And then it arrived pretty quickly after I ordered it. And it's a very cheap, inexpensive, what do I want to say? It wobbles, it's plastic, it says it's tempered glass. It's not tempered glass. It's just wobbly plastic. Everything's plastic and cheap, and even a piece of it arrived broken. And I think it's overpriced for what it is. Quality-wise, would I sell it to a customer? No. I absolutely would not sell this to a customer. However, here it is for the channel, so I can build something and do something different that I haven't seen anywhere before. Which leads me back to, well, if you're going to do this and you wouldn't build this for, same with the helicopter case and the Threadripper, these aren't customer builds. You can see the lean moving away from the professional work into enthusiast work. You see that lean. And that was done as an experiment to determine what's the difference? Like, look at the view numbers on YouTube. And consider how long the videos have been posted. Consider how many views per day. And those enthusiast builds get more views, meaning I make more money from them. So if I want to make more money and I want to grow in popularity, the direction seems pretty clear. I have to navigate the morals and ethics involved. So again, just looking at some feedback from you guys. What do you guys think about that? What is the case? Well, this is what's interesting. When you Google this case, there's at least 3 or 4 different manufacturers selling an identical case. And I don't understand what's up with that. But they're all like $200 or more. This case is from a company called Vetroo. It's called the K2 Mesh. And the link for it to Amazon, which it says is unavailable right now, but I'm sure it'll be back in stock soon, is in the video notes below the video. There's an Amazon link. And supposedly it's got room for a liquid cooler in there too. But it's a very, this case is not going to age well. I can tell you, the with all the plastics, and I can imagine discoloring and warping that's going to occur over time, it's just not a well-made case. But it's a fun case, and I think it's going to serve its purpose in the sense of giving me a lot of views when I do the build. You know, having Mitch here certainly is we generally have a better live turnout, although that may be day and time, I don't know, but I certainly enjoy doing the videos with Mitch as well, rather than being in this room by myself and talking to myself. Mitch can hear me talk. But anyway, yeah, this is all you get, by the way. This is the documentation, this sheet of paper and a little bag of screws. No zip ties, nothing. Even one of the PCI slots is missing, and a plastic piece that holds the front was busted, but it's not worth sending it back over it. It's cheaply made, but it's fun, and it's different. So we're gonna do that on Friday, and so what I've been doing is prepping motherboards. I have so many computers I've got to build that I've realized my process is taking too long, and I've got myself so buried that what I've started to do is start prepping a lot of computer motherboards, RAM, storage, Windows, get that all done outside of the case now, and then stack it on top of a computer box for which build it's going to go to. So when you see Mitch come on Friday and we're going to build this, I already have the motherboard prepped and ready to go. And what I'm using on this will be the 3900X. I bought the 3950 and the 3900X chips back last summer, and I want to get rid of them because you know how I feel about the AMD stuff. So I just want to use them and get them out of here. And I also have some lower end stuff, some i5s that they were originally planned for a series of builds that never happened, and now I'm going to have to figure out, you know, stick some cheap motherboards in them and perhaps offer them to you guys at a very aggressive price point to get them out of here. Chris's Channel of Technology contributes $2, says that case looks like a vacuum cleaner. Yates Networks contributes $3, says thank you from the bottom of my heart. Hey, right on, thank you. And Cairo and Paul Garrett contribute $5 and Bruce Hilton with $5. Thanks, you guys. Thank you for, again, supporting the channel and making what I do possible to do here on YouTube. Looks like everybody's in blue here, I hope. And yeah, so I just want to look and see what I've been missing here in the comments. Craig says, that's okay, Carey. Us AMD users love you anyway. Hey, you know, to each their own. We shouldn't, in my opinion, we shouldn't decide if we like somebody because they agree with us. We decide if we like somebody because we like somebody. If you put conditions on it, well, I like this person because they like the same music I like. That's the only reason you like them? Just that? I bet there's more to it. My choice to not use AMD is strictly business-based. Time is money, and they're taking too much time, resulting in a lot of frustration. I'm usually pretty damn quick at what I, you know, you're gonna find that hard to believe, but I'm usually pretty damn quick at when I know something's got to get done, I get it done. It's all I do. I have a laser-like focus, and I don't stop until the job is done. However, with these AMD builds, they have been dragging on and on and on over stuff that's beyond my control that I feel it shouldn't be a problem, and it is a problem. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. I have to shift away from it on the business side of things to keep my forward momentum. I can't stay on one project for too long. That's why some projects take 6 months. It didn't actually take me 6 months. If you add up all the video time, it might have taken me 14 hours Whereas another, you see me crank out builds in 3 or 4 hours. So when one build takes 14, it's basically a bunch of 4-hour sessions to get it there. And those sessions might be separated by weeks or months, depending on if I'm waiting for a part or for a returned part from a manufacturer, or if something else is holding me up. Like the Xenos build has been going on, I don't know, is it 5 years? It sits in a corner, and every once in a while it appears on camera. And what will probably happen with the Xenos build is I will probably finish it off camera so you can see the completed build. And then I will do an upgrade on it. Maybe the next year or two I'll upgrade it, and you'll get to see the full process then. Because once it's all assembled and together, there'll be no more of issues regarding needing parts custom made or some of the frustrations I've had over this period of time, as well as if I allow the business to sort of, if I make that decision and cut the rope on that and let it go, I'll have more time to focus on it. So it's always a time balance with me. So it'd be nice if all I had was YouTube, then all I had to do was do YouTube. That would make my life a lot easier. But it's also a little bit unsettling, given I don't have a lot of control. If YouTube decides, for whatever reason, they're going to shut down YouTube, what am I going to do? So having the computer job is always basically just sort of don't put all your eggs in one basket kind of a thing, right? Sort of a backup plan. But on the other hand, with enough sponsorships and other income opportunities that I've been turning away, I might be able to live off what I have for quite some time. I don't know. I just don't know. It's a little scary. It's a little bit scary. So that's what's going through my mind. Rick Lake contributes $10, says, hello, hey Rick, good to see you, my friend. Gary Tatum with $10 says, I think it's fine that you delve into enthusiast builds. You do it very proper by letting people know it's not something sustainable as a business model. Well, I mean, it is sustainable if you charge enough money. The way I do it, it wouldn't be. A lot of people are surprised how cheap my prices are. And that's because I'm using quality parts that I'm statistically less likely to have to do warranty work. So I don't have to worry about covering up warranty work with added profits to cover that potential, because it's very rare that happens. I also, I never really wanted to get into selling computers. What I want to do is service them. The money's always been in the service, but it's a lot easier to service a computer I built, and a computer I built requires less service. That makes customers happy, and then that returns customers back again and again and again, so I sell more and more computers. But what I try and do is give them every reason to come back. Low prices, high quality, but when somebody starts getting demanding and they want a certain configuration, I often will say no. And then, like, I had one customer say, well, whatever happened to the customer is always right. I said, the problem is that I'm the one who has to support it. And if I build what you're asking me to build, you'll be calling me quite often with problems. And then you're going to question my ability as a technician. And then you're going to sour on me. You're going to blame me on it. And this isn't going to go well. So what I would recommend is, if you're insisting on building this configuration, find somebody else to do it, because I have other clients to take care of. I can't keep coming back to keep massaging this one. And this client had all kinds of stuff in the system that didn't make any sense to me. And I said, well, for example, why do you have this? And they said, well, we're going to use that in the future. I said, okay, but to put it in now doesn't make any sense, because the future may never come and it may change. And if it does come, it'll probably be cheaper to buy it then, rather than to try it. You're trying to do it all at once, and it makes it a configuration nightmare. And it may be something you don't even use that's creating support issues. So I said, it's sort of like going into a doctor's office and telling the doctor what to prescribe you. give me some Oxycontin. That's what I need. And the doctor says, well, let's see if there's other alternatives. Let me evaluate you and decide let me do my job as a professional with experience and education in the field, holding liability and accountability to any prescription I write for you. Well, whatever happened to the customer is always right. Not in a doctor's office it is. Try it sometime and let me know how that works out for you. And if you do find a doctor that will write you any prescription you ask for, please pass his name or her name on to me. I could use a doctor like that right about now. I think you should, this is Arnold Schmidt, he says, I think you should build a Carey kit and then you should include a bunch of copies of the most popular things that you use for bugging, clearing out spyware, malware, and stress. So Arnold, it's illegal for me to do that. I can't take, I want you to think about what you're suggesting and I'm going to tell you why it's illegal. For the most part, it's illegal. Let's say some guy or some person, I keep using the word guy. Let's say some person develops a piece of software and it's free. And anybody can go and download it. If I take that software and I put it on a flash drive and I call it Carey's Preferred Utilities, and I profit, right? I've got the cost of the flash drive, I've got the cost of shipping it. There's people that are going to get bad flash drives. The flash drive worked, now it doesn't work. I got to deal with warranties. People are going to start, having technical support questions. Why doesn't this work? How does that work? My flash drive, whatever, can't be seen on this computer, but it sees it on this computer. Man, first of all, what? That's insane to even get involved in it. Second of all, how would you feel if it was your piece of software that you dedicated your time to, that you made available, that somebody starts selling to other people at a profit? Wouldn't you be really feel like you got robbed, like somebody is literally stealing from you? And wouldn't you go after them, especially if that thing was popular? If that person was selling those flash drives at $15 a pop and they sell 100,000 of them, that's that what, $1.5 million or something? That's worth suing over, because certainly, even though your utility is one of several on here, you deserve a piece of the commission. You deserve some royalty. So to do that requires a contract. You got to reach out to these folks and you have to sign a contract. And a lot of times they're simply not going to, or what they want is so much money. They just don't understand all of the support and costs involved in marketing, support, shipping. And then we've got a worldwide audience, so we're talking shipping worldwide. Everything starts getting really complicated. Can you get this in Spanish? Can I get it in, one of, several hundred languages? That's a full-time job all by itself, and a full-time job at $15 a flash drive. It ain't going to pay the bills. It's just working harder, not working smarter. There are some open source freeware utilities that you can openly distribute for free. But usually if you're making any sort of money, regardless of the reasoning, cost of shipping, cost of packing, cost of the flash drive, cost of blah, 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 doesn't matter. Not allowed to sell it. If I invent the software myself, different story. But I can't take somebody else's work and profit from it and not give them a portion of the proceeds. And I can't decide what that portion is, and I need to have their permission to do it. It's a very complex thing to work out. So I've had a number of people ask me that. I'm like, look, every time I show those utilities, well, not every time, but I've gone through and I've provided the download links. I've told you guys you can Google search. If you Google search Crystal Disk Mark, you see me use that. The first link that pops up in Google is Crystal Disk Mark's website. And that's all legal, no problems. Nobody's, I'm not profiting from it, and they're not, having a problem with it. If you download it from them, that's on the up and up. If you get it from me, not so much. So there's nothing I use that's secret. But that's, if you're curious why, that's why. Carey, look into Theta Network. I want to thank you. You inspired me to build my $10,000 gaming PC a year ago. Wow. Rick Hubbard with a £5 contribution. Hey, Rick, thank you for that. And Joe Bush with $4.99. He says, this is for the raffle. When are you going to spin that thing? Yeah, that'd be funny if it spun. We could rotate it around and call out bingo ball numbers. B7, you sank my battleship. Robert Jones says, Carey, I like the rotating cube in the system. Thanks. That was designed by a viewer named Selden Bell. You might see Selden in blue in the chat room. I don't see him today, but he's in there quite a bit. Christopher says, only China can do that. Oh, well, China doesn't recognize intellectual property, so yeah, they can. It's not just China. I don't think New Zealand has much in the way of copyright laws either. There's many countries that don't. Arnold says, oh, brother, okay, brother, I understand now. I didn't know it was illegal. How about I send you money for 5 Scythe Mugen 5s and I get 3 and you keep 2 and I'll pay for shipping? Arnold, you know, I guess this is what makes me a bad businessman. You can order the Scythe Mugen 5 from Amazon with free shipping. If I order it, you're going to have to pay what I paid and the sales tax that I paid just for me to break even. Then I have to reship again to you, which is more expensive than what Amazon pays for shipping because I'm not shipping in the quantities that they're shipping in. So you would be way overpaying. And I don't have 5 Mugen 5s to sell. I've been shifting away from the Mugen 5 and using more of the Noctua cooler that you've seen, the black Noctua cooler. Now, I've got some cheap systems I'm going to be building that I'm going to be prepping here tonight that are like Core i5, the 300 series boards. And I got a couple of old Cooler Master 212s, some old ones that are still new in a box and never used. And I think those will be good on those i5s. So I'm going to start with that tonight, get rid of some of these old parts. They're brand new parts, but they're already old. And it'll build a great system for somebody who's, you know, whose needs would match those requirements. But I'm going to get started here in a minute. I'm just looking back in the chat room here to see if there's any other comments. If you said something earlier with regards to any of my dilemma or thoughts about that, please type it again because I don't want to have to scroll all the way through all this. But I'm looking at the chat right now, and I'll do that for the next few minutes before I get started on doing some actual work. Robert J said, if I had 2 of these cases, I could make a nice Star Wars pod racer. I think you're right. It would kind of look like a pod racer. Is the Mugen not good for an i5? Oh, the Mugen is overkill for an i5. That's why I'm going to use, I have a couple of older Cooler Master Hyper 212 Evo coolers. They're only like 4-pipe coolers, and they're not quite as big of a heat sink. It's more difficult to install it. I want to get rid of them, and putting them on an i5, even a Hyper 212 Evo, is overkill on an i5. But it would be a nice budget system. Jim's calling this the portable barbecue PC. Portable barbecue grill PC. Kind of does look that. I kind of think it looks like a jet engine, the pod racing engine. It's pretty close. And you'll see the picture in the thumbnail when it's all lit up. This is an RGB fan up here on the front. CYQ contributes $19.99. Says, keep up the great work. I love the information you provide. And thank you. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Make sure you're blue here. Another member of the Blue Army. Matt Power says, hello. Hi, Matt. Mike says he's got a Mugen 5 on his i9 9900K and it works great. It can get hot on a 9900K. It can sort of press the limits of the Mugen, but you'd have to really push the processor hard for, you know, over 10 minutes before, and even then it'll just start to, it may throttle. That's been my experience anyway. It may vary depending on the motherboard. John Williams says, Carey, thanks for all of the inspiration you gave me when I built his own computer. What is the cheapest PC I can build with new parts now? That's what Ben wants to know. I'll get to your, I'm going to answer that in a second. First, Paul Stallion contributes $5. He says, thanks for all you do. I appreciate that you've not become a sellout like a lot of other YouTube channels. Yeah, but Paul, there's good money in being a sellout. Again, I wouldn't be a complete sellout. Maybe half. Can you meet me halfway? So with regards to building a cheaper computer, there was an article. I have to go back here to find this month's edition of, well, technically I guess it's next month's edition, of Maximum PC Magazine. Give me a second here. I'm gonna. There we go. What issue is this? This is April. Yeah, so April's Maximum PC Magazine. And what I'm going to show you in here is they do a build, and I couldn't believe how cheap this build was. I was kind of thinking I should make a video just on this build they do because they just take pictures because it's a magazine. But this is the article. Hold on a second. Let me bring this up to the camera. So the article is the ultimate budget PC, and it's got a picture of some parts here. And effectively, when you look at the parts list, and I'll just kind of flash that up there. We're looking at an i3, a cheap case, a cheap board, a cheap power supply, nice RAM, just a SATA SSD, not an NVMe. And your total price comes out to I thought it was in here. Oh, it's right on the first page. Right there at the bottom. And of course, they don't have the operating system on there, but you're just under $400. But that's all brand new parts. So that answers your question. Thank you for asking, because I was wanting to mention that today and forgot all about it until you asked. What do I think about Intel Thunderbolt 4 or USB 4? I'm not excited for this new interface because the Type-C USB Type-C connector still hasn't caught on. I don't very often run into anything other than smartphones and tablets that have it. So that's been out how long? So whatever USB 4 is, it's like, okay, until it's ubiquitous and like every product has it, I'm not going to get behind it to have some proprietary format that very few people will have any use for. But when it becomes sort of, if it becomes a standard and everybody's using it, then I'll love it. Ben Apple says, respect to you, Carey. You have a real dilemma here, and I appreciate your honesty and integrity. I don't know what I would do, but your core that follows you will understand. Well, I appreciate that. I hope so. I'll make sure Ben is blue there. Jim says they cut a lot of corners on this build. That's a good one, Jim. I like that. Steve wants to update his GPU. You know, I don't know what choice you have at this point. Do you have any options? He's asking what can he do. I don't know. I don't know that there's any options you have right now other than wait. All right, so let's move this big Tylenol tablet. Let's move this over here. And I have a bunch of stuff here to sort through. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this yet, but let me just kind of put it out here and see what we got to work with. An i5, 9700K. I got about 5 or 6 of these. I should do something with them. These are 9900Ks. Yeah, I think I've got 4 more of these back at the house. Stay there. I have a bunch of Intel SSDs. These are all 1 terabyte. This is a 2 terabyte ADATA. I think I want to use that in the round build. Samsung 970 EVO. 2 terabyte. I brought this over for another build. I don't remember. Then for the budget systems that we build with an i5, this is like an old 1 terabyte 850 EVO. And this one, the SanDisk drive, because I don't use these anymore, is 480 gigs. These will go good with the i5s to make a budget system. So let's just put all this somewhere. Now what else do we have? Motherboards and RAM. Okay, so I've got these boards to start prepping. And let's see, this is just 8 gigs of RAM, 2 sticks of 4. This will be good on a budget build. So that'll go over there. These, I think these are 16s. No, that's 32. That's 32. This is 32. 32. And 30. These are all, I got a bunch of 32 gig kits. Thought I had a bunch of 16s. Where did my 16s go? Remember I said I had a bunch of Corsair Hyper 212s that are old? That's where they put a shipping label where you can't even see it. So much for that idea. That's just a black edition Hyper 212. This says it's a Hyper 212 Plus. They're very dusty boxes. And then this says it's just a regular Hyper 212. These are a few years old. Brand new in a box, never used. So I think those will go good with the i5s. This black edition one, has a shipping label showing, so I'll take that off camera. Okay, all right. So that's enough for me to get started, I guess. When I'm building a system with an i5, I still want it to be a good quality system, just with a budget. And an i5 is nothing to turn your nose at. They're very good systems, quite fast, especially if you just go back a couple of years and compare today's i5 to, and these aren't even today's i5, this is the last generation i5. I've got 10th gen stuff back at the house too. That's a story for another day, but those aren't going to be necessarily budget builds. And what I want to do is just start prepping boards. So I've got the H370M. This was obviously a warehouse buy. The B365M was also a warehouse buy, Amazon warehouse. So both of these will be good with the i5s because I can sell them cheap. I don't like to sell used product to customers unless I'm making the customer a hell of a deal and the customer understands the reason they're getting a hell of a deal is there's some used product in there and it's all been tested and it's all functional and it should work a long time, but I absolutely don't want the customer to think for a moment that it's like a brand new computer with all new parts, because otherwise the price would be more, right? And so I'm very, very cautious, again, over how I do that. And then I've got a case that's left over from a repair I did back in, was it the summertime? It's a nice looking case, but it's cheaply made, just like that round one I had out. It's cool looking, but cheap. And I thought I'd throw some components in there and I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't know if to sell it or give it away. And I have about 4 brand new 120 gig SATA solid state drives. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I suppose I could get 4 little adapters, like Amazon sells these. Where are they? Amazon sells these SATA to USB adapters for about $5 to $10. I think they're like $8. And all you got to do is, if you have a small SATA drive, you just plug it in there, and now you've got a flash drive. That's it. You don't have to buy an enclosure. It's already in an enclosure. All an enclosure is going to do is make it bigger, heavier, and be hotter. Now, these are inexpensive. The reason I mentioned is just me plugging it on, it started to split open. Looks like I'll be buying another one. And again, that plastic is just an enclosure. I don't necessarily have to have it. But that's a little disappointing. Nothing a little Gorilla Glue can't fix, but... and again, I wouldn't necessarily have to use 4 of these. I could just use, unless I'm plugging in more than one at a time, I only need to just swap the cable around the different drives. But these are cheap. They don't take a lot of abuse. They can break real easily, but it's a good way to get a cheap, fast flash drive. I'll just put that over here with the rest of the broken stuff. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I didn't mishandle that at all. It just fell apart. All right, so obviously I'm not using the i9 in any of this here today, so I don't need that out. And the 9700K, that is actually going to go to a different system. I'm looking to my left because I have a system sitting over here that I think has an i7 7700. I think I'm going to pull the 7700 out and put the 9700 in it because it's an H370 board. And then I'll put the 7700 in something more along its generation line. So let's put this away. Okay. What to do. So if I'm going to do a budget build, this has got to be one of the, would this one be cheaper? This B365M warehouse Amazon warehouse motherboard is probably the least expensive newish board that I have. Let's get these two out of the way for right now. And we won't use any of these NVMe drives on it because it's just a budget build. So we'll move those over here for now. I will need one of these coolers. Which one do I want to use? The Hyper 212 Plus. Again, I don't know the difference between the Plus and the regular 212. This almost looks shorter, but that just may be the picture. This one is a little bit smaller. No, it isn't. It's exactly the same. But the dimensions are a little different for some reason. I don't know the difference. Same size box. Kevin Billerbeck contributes $20. He says, I saw the video where you replace a drive in your computer, and I had to replace one of my SSDs because it was full, and I bought a 1 terabyte NVMe, and I got one of those NVMe toolless enclosures to clone it, and that set of large screwdriver bit set. Yeah, it's great. The unpluggable, it's pluggable, not unpluggable. I have it down here, don't I? Yeah, that's this guy right here. I love this thing. There's a bunch of content that I want to make showcasing what can happen when you clone NVMe to NVMe and why it may not work, and I just don't have time. So if I switch over and I have more time for YouTube videos, there's going to be a lot more diagnostic stuff where I can take the time to recreate errors and then show it in the error state and then immediately show you the fix without me having to take time to figure it out. There's a few little side projects here that it's called the one of these days I'll get to it projects that involve me showcasing a few common, not so uncommon errors and how to resolve them and why they happen. And utilizing one of these, which is what we're talking about, the pluggable toolless NVMe enclosure. I cloned an Intel NVMe drive to a Samsung NVMe drive on a brand new build, and it blue screened. And I think the reason it did it is because I loaded the Intel NVMe driver. And if you try to load a non-Intel drive with the Intel NVMe driver, I suspect that's why the blue screen occurred, but I just didn't have enough time. So I ended up just reinstalling Windows all over again because it was just faster for me to do that and get the computer out the door. So that's something I want to revisit and figure out why that happened. But it could be as simple as going to, add, remove programs or, the apps in the control panel, looking for the Intel NVMe driver, removing it, rebooting, or maybe just using a Acronis Universal Restore instead of a clone. Do a backup and then a restore using Acronis Universal Restore and let it automatically change the driver. That's the most common reason the clones fail. When they fail is a boot driver. Especially when you go from one motherboard manufacturer to another one, not so much from one drive to another. But NVMe, when Samsung has their own NVMe driver and Intel has their own NVMe driver, and you use it, I imagine that could be why I experienced the problem. Chris says he thinks the Plus version is easier to install. Okay, well, let's save that one for another build. I want to get all of the difficult stuff out of the way, get rid of it. That'll make the computer worth less, so I can sell it for less. So we got 8 gigs of RAM, the Hyper 212, the board, the chip, and a storage drive. Okay. I think I'm ready to start. Not much in here. DVD, instructions, I/O shield. All I want to do today is prep the boards. Which case I decide to put them in won't matter as long as the board is populated with CPU, cooler, RAM. Then all I have to do is drop the motherboard in a case with a power supply, an optional DVD drive if that applies, and it's already done. I could even install an operating system outside of the case if I want to dedicate one of the drives. Or, you know, if a potential buyer says, I want to change the storage to, you know, an NVMe, this does have capacity for it. The problem is it changes the price. All right, so here we have our B365 M means micro ATX. This was a returned Amazon product, and I did show this, I think over the summer or the fall. I did a bunch of these Amazon warehouse boards where I was testing them right away to determine if they needed to be sent back, because you have a return window of like 30 days. And everything was fine. Everything's working great. So this board is like brand new. On the back side of it here, it's got, I can hold this up. You can't see. Let me bring it over to you. Our built-in video on the chips, you'll see we can go through VGA, DVI, or HDMI. We've got 6 USB ports there, Ethernet, gigabit Ethernet. No real fancy audio out on this one. Sometimes you'll see like 7-point run surround and stuff like that. And this one only has the 3, the blue, green, and red there on your far right. And then going to the opposite end, the PS2 port for folks still hanging onto those PS2 keyboards or mice. When we come to the VRMs and stuff here, of course, there's no heat sinks or anything here. We've got our, what are these square things called? Inductors. I think these are the inductors. But what you've got here isn't something that's going to break any Guinness Book records for performance, but what it is going to do is it's going to work very reliably and could theoretically, it's quite possible, break a Guinness Book of World Records of longevity of longest running computer. Something like this could last 20, 30 years or longer. I don't think it would be practical or useful, but I mean, operationally, I can't see why it wouldn't just stop working. Seems like it would just keep working. There's not a whole lot to break on it. One of the things when you get into some real fancy and expensive motherboards, you also get into more opportunities for problems. So when you do something simple, the simple stuff tends to, not the cheap stuff, I'm saying simple, tends to last longer, in my experience. All right, so I have the 2 chips here. Let's see, what do we have? These are not the same. Oh, maybe they are the same. I have an i5 9600K and an i5 9600K. So I guess I'm building with an i5 9600K. So I'll put one of these over here for later. I thought one was different. I've got so much going on. I can't keep anything straight anymore. That's why I want to get it all out of here. I want to give you guys a better close-up of what I'm doing. So what should I do? I guess I'm going to move that camera. Let's move it. Hang on, we're going to go for a little ride here. Let's go over here. Let's bring this down and zoom this in. There we go. All right. So we'll start by installing the CPU because it's easy. And I'm a big fan of easy. We can inspect because it's a used board. We just want to make sure none of the pins in the CPU socket look damaged. And so I got myself a special tool for that, which is right here. And I can look at those. Boy, if I put my glasses on and use this, it should be incredible. Aha! I see quarks. Oh no, that's just a piece of dust. Yeah, all the chips look really good to me. All the pins look really good to me. Somebody say chips? Who's got the chips? Of course, the camera now is right in front of the chat room discussion. So there's our documentation and go faster sticker right there. Set that down. CPU is installed. Next, I guess I can do the cooler because that'll be difficult, probably, maybe. Let me get a little wider shot here since I'm doing this unboxing and it doesn't require a close-up of the board just yet. Just put it right like so. Okay. That way you don't have to look at my face. You're welcome. All right, let's get this on. So like I said, I don't know how old these are, but they're old. Oh, you know what? I've already cut the tape on this, so this has been opened before. That's scary. That means I might have tried to use it. Oh, yeah. This isn't good. This is... I think a viewer gave this to me because it's just a box of parts. Whoa, a lot of parts. A lot of parts. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right then. Yeah, I'll be glad to. You see, sometimes I run into stuff like this in my business where I put it on a shelf and say, well, that'll be good for helping somebody out one day. And you know what? Today is one day. So this looks like it's a combination of two different coolers in here. And I say that because I've got two different sets of spare fan control, of fan brackets. There should only be two, but I've got four. I got two sets of thermal compound and screws and nuts. So there must have been a situation where I didn't have enough to complete a cooler, so I put all the spare parts with another cooler. I would have never found it if I needed it. But there's only one of these, but there's two back plates. Again, I don't know why. I have long since forgotten whatever this situation was. And there's another little baggie with more fan screws, which looks like it's a duplicate from what's in this bag here. So there's definitely two different kits because these two brackets, those screws, and these little rubber sticky anti-vibration pads is part of a different kit. Also, these standoffs are different too. I think we have duplicates of those. Oh goody, I get to sort through this. I definitely only need one of these. I don't know why I've got two. That's a weird thing to have a spare of. Let's just dump it all out. Let's get this all sorted out here. I definitely don't need two of these. there should be only 4 screws for the extra fan. So clearly we've got an additional 4 that would go to the other kit. And we've got the short standoffs, which would be for socket 2011. We only have 1 set of those. We have the taller ones, which we only have 1 set of those. Is it in here? No. This is more fan screws. I don't even know what this is. This doesn't even belong in here. I'm pretty sure a viewer gave this to me. So here, you might want this, and I think the viewer, I don't think I did this, I think a viewer just gave it to me that way. And that's the way I'm gonna stick with that story. But that's completely useless. Okay, so that would go, this would stay. Oh, and then okay, we have the 2 sockets, only 1 socket is all needed. There should be 4 screws, and then we have 3 screws. I see, so we have a screw loose. I guess a nut loose. And then the shorter ones, like I said, that's socket 2011, we don't use those at all. We're not going to use those or this for an additional fan. So this should be all we need, and then this should be spare parts. All this other stuff could be garbage. That's what it looks like to me. Let me grab a Ziploc bag, because the one I had a hole in it. And let's put the spare parts, just like I would in any other build. We'll keep it with the computer in case the customer, whoever ends up with this computer, wants to change it out to something else, or more importantly, wants to add that fan to the other side. You shouldn't need to do that on a Core i5, but you know, hey, it's their money. Okay, we're gonna start there. That's the stuff we're keeping. Okay, now documentation, I think I have 2 different sets of documentation. Shouldn't need any of it, to be honest. It's 1. This says warranty information. It's a cooler. What else? It's an air cooler. What warranty are you going to need? Well, if that's instructions to install, then what's this? This says user manual, and this says user manual. So this was part of 2 different coolers, I guess. Okay. Well, those instructions are easier. Yeah. It's interesting. Very interesting. I think these are the modern instructions and these are the old ones, if I'm not mistaken. So that would have gone, I guess, with the, I don't know, the older cooler maybe? I don't know. I'm just as confused as you are. Maybe more. I'm gonna see if I can remember how to do these. It's been such a long time. Been a long time. So while I'm doing this, I'll tell you there's a couple in India, a man and woman in India, that have a YouTube channel where they review and react to music. And why they stand out to me is for a couple of reasons. One is the guy is hilarious. He sort of looks a bit stiff, but then sometimes he just lets go. He lets the music get to him. And they've done, I think, 5,000 videos so far. They're making new content, like 3 videos a day of new music. And so people can go to Patreon and pay them like, it's under $20, and you give them a list of 5 songs, and they'll do a reaction video to 3 of those 5 songs. They asked for 5 because there could be copyright issues. So they say, give us 5 songs for your Patreon contribution, and we will, and give us the YouTube link to the video because you don't want them listening to the wrong version, right? And they say we'll react to it. So I did that the other night. So I'm looking forward to seeing them do my song requests. But it's funny when you look at the price difference. Like there's some reaction videos I like watching where they're reacting to like 80s music that I grew up with. And they'll be like, pay us $20 for one song. But it shows you how much further I guess $1 goes in India. Because they're doing, and I think they're working harder too, because they're making far more content. And I don't know if the copyright laws affect them the same way they affect us here in America, because they've got so many videos. It's crazy. And I was surprised when I was putting some song lists together that I was searching their channel to see if they'd already done it. And there was a lot. Like me just picking 5 was hard because there were so many they haven't done yet. So if it goes well, maybe I'll just make that a monthly thing and I'll keep supporting them. I like being a YouTube content creator who supports YouTube content creators. It's not just me battling everybody, fighting and competing with everybody. And I would encourage anybody who wants to create a YouTube channel to do it. And when it comes to getting word out, how do you get people, to watch your videos? They got to know you exist. Well, if you've got content that's well done, and it doesn't have to be professional, just well done, I'm happy to share a link to it here on the channel if you're part of the community and help you grow too. We gave Mike Smith a nice boost in his new YouTube channel. I felt good to do that and help him out. Give him a little turbo shot of subscribers there. I mean, he's going to get the subscribers over time naturally because his content's good and the cream always rises to the top. But it's nice it's a nice gesture, help him out. Okay, well that part I remember. What have I been missing in the comments? So the group that I was referring to is called Enoma, E-N-O-M-A. E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, O, M as in Mary, A as in Apple. And it's their definition for what Enoma stands for is pretty funny. And they'll start out every video saying, Namaste, YouTube. They're just very genuine and honest and sincere. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about genuine sincerity. And I enjoy, they're not, like as far as reaction videos go, there's a lot of reaction videos that I watch where they're very animated. This couple's not that animated, but that's what makes it that much better. In those occasions where he becomes animated, it's just unexpected in it, and it just makes me smile. So I wanted to show them a little love, and I wanted to see their reaction to a couple of songs. I guess it's like putting $1 in the jukebox back in the day, and you make everybody in the place listen to the songs you pick. It's kind of like that. But I didn't pick anything weird. Everything was really popular stuff here in America that I guess they've just never heard. So I think they'll be getting to that this week, I think. Katrina wants to know how the dogs are. I just saw the dogs today. They're doing well. Thank you for asking. Now, let's see here. So I put that on. Oh, there's this stupid thing. I hate this thing. Let's see if this is going to sit in the case. This is going to be standing up. But I want the Cooler Master logo to face that way. Okay, so the direction the fan is on. The fan will go on, this cooler can go on either way. It can go on this direction and just put the fan on the other side. It's going to work the same. But I want that Cooler Master logo to be easily readable when anybody works on the system. It should, which way should it face? Hold on, I've lost my train of thought now. If this system moves something like that, should it go to the right or to the left? It should go to the right. Stupid things most people never even give a second thought to, and nobody would even notice unless you're special like me. Okay. Take this off for now. Put that there. And I got a smudge. I guess I was touching that. Let me clean that. Shame on me, touching stuff. Blackwatch says all of his issues are old age. Yeah, well, you know, getting old isn't for the weak. Squeaky clean. All right, it was just a little fingerprint smudge. And again, probably don't even have to remove that, but I'm just being me, you know. Whether it's a budget build or a $10,000 build, I treat them all with the same level of build quality because it's still a reflection of my work. Okay, let's see, I'm done with the socket, so that could go in this little baggie here. We should be done with the directions. That can go in the baggie too, so we know that's all cooler parts. Yep. Okie dokie. This should get interesting. Peel that off of there. And I guess one of these is extra, so I'll stick it in this. That's my I'm sorry, that's my thermal compound drawer. Everybody's got a thermal compound drawer. All right. Compound looks good. I was afraid the compound might be old. If the compound's old, it's going to come out real solid. It's not going to have much viscosity to it, in which case I wouldn't use it. But that came out exactly like it should. You should know the routine by now. What about manufacturers trying to stop people from fixing their own stuff, right to repair? You know, that's been a hot topic now for about 3 or 4 years. We've been talking about this. Companies like John Deere that don't want farmers to fix their own tractors, and companies like Apple that don't want customers to fix their own stuff, or companies like Tesla that don't want anybody but Tesla to work on their cars. It's a YouTube channel here called Rich Repairs, and Rich does an awesome job of reverse engineering these Teslas. He buys them totaled from junkyards and then uses multiple parts from multiple Teslas to make one that works. And he has to reverse engineer it because Tesla offers no technical information or assistance. And I think Rich mentioned they were threatening to sue him. You can imagine if Rich fixed a Tesla, sold it to somebody, and it got into an accident and caught fire and, you know, caused death, the news media is going to be all over Tesla catches fire and kills people. And then Tesla's going to have a PR situation on their hands where they're going to be like, hold on a minute. We didn't build that car. That was a, you know what I'm saying? Like I can see where Tesla was coming from. Where was that extra bolt I was looking for? Where are the others? I know I had 3. What did I do? Doesn't matter. I'm not going to use it. All right. Yeah, Rich Repairs is a pretty cool channel. I like him. This is always confusing to me. It's been a long time. This is a long time since I've done this. As I recall, these go this way, but how? I guess you have to go this way first, then this way. There you go, Carey. There you go, Carey. Gold star. Then it goes down there like so. There it is. And then which way did I say the Cooler Master logo was going to go on? Just like, you know, of course I'm going to have it backwards, like that. So it points to the right, points towards the RAM. That's how I would want it. I only want to give these a couple of turns just to get them seated, make sure that I have this thing aligned properly. And before I sink in these last 2, I know I came loose from the bottom of that heat sink, and I need to make sure that that is aligned still properly. Well, they definitely made that difficult there because well, I don't know how I'm going to do that. Let's see what happens. I don't recall having this problem in the past. Oh yeah, it's seating, finally. Feels weird. Feels loose. I remember these always had a loose, they had a little twist to them. But it looks like it's firmly seated. Well, I'll have to run some temperature checks on this. I'm very suspicious that this is... I'm suspicious that this is missing a piece. Did I forget a piece? It's been a long time. Well, screws are down. I can't remember how I used to do this. Yeah, it feels okay. Then the fan can go back on. He's good. He's good. I like it. Let me throw a little zip tie on there. Blackwatch in Canada contributes $5 Canadian and says, I was speaking of my old age and not you, Carey. No, I know. I'm sorry. Did I read it like I was talking about me? These stupid stickers drive me crazy. No other cooler manufacturer does this. Warranty void. The warranty is void if removed. Oh no, my $15 cooler might not be under warranty. That'll cost $20 to send back. Do not throw this in the trash. Yeah, you think? Some good recyclable material on there. Recycling center will give you good money if you take it to a recycling center versus throwing all that aluminum and copper in the trash. All right. That makes the wire tie, the nylon zip tie, harder to put on with these stickers sticking out. You've seen me struggle with those in the past when I used to use these coolers back in the day. This is always a fun part, figuring out how to remove the slack, but I want it to come out. I want it to be folded in such a way that come on now. A little refinement here. The cable's way too long. Sometimes I have to get the cable ties started so that I can get some, so I can tame these cables. They're in the wild here. They need to be broken. I'm going to need another one. I often need a pair of needle nose pliers to pull the zip tie with enough strength to tighten that up, to cinch it up. it doesn't slip off like it just did now. There we go. Butamus. Oops. Just throwing stuff everywhere today. Oh, yeah, just another day. We've got our RAM. I guess I can save that. I'll save that. It says these are 2 sticks, 4 gigs each. That seems ideal for a build of this level. Gives me an excuse to use it. G-Skill Ripjaws 2800 speed C16. 4 gigs times 2. We'll use the gray slots since it's a gigabyte. Look at me do that backwards. Are you not impressed? I gotta make sure it's seated correctly. Once I do that, then I can, with confidence, exert some force on that, and then we'll close those other retention levers up. And then finally, all I have to do is put a power supply and some switches on there. Switches. More switches. Just plug that in right here. Good, good. And yeah, power supply. I've got one of those over here. There's a 550 watt power supply. I could probably use something less, maybe go to a 450. A viewer had sent me a 450 watt power supply. I've been looking for an excuse to use it, but for just testing outside of the box, this will do. This video, SATA. So we've got no drives installed on here, but that's all I need for testing. Let's plug in some cables and see if it boots. What do you say? Don't step on any of this stuff. Let's see. HDMI can go right there. Guess I need to bring this way. Keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I guess I'm going to need a keyboard and a mouse. So we'll put that. I guess I'll just work from this side of the table, huh? Make sure that's all turned on. Put that in there. I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? I guess I don't need Ethernet. Is that it? Oh, power. I guess I need power. Power. Power cable's too short. I'll just keep turning this. This is fine. Flip the switch to off for safety. Back on. And let me go over to this camera. Let's see. This will be camera input number 2. Camera 2. right there, and then I'll take camera 1, which is me, and I'll just go right up here. Like that. Now, hit the, okay, switch is on, so I'll hit this power switch here. That's turning. Let me walk around and see if the other side's turning. Yep, CPU fan is turning. Hopefully I'll see a post here in a second. Give it a minute to train the memory. I'm really suspicious if I've installed that cooler correctly because it feels weird to me. Okay, there we go. Good sign. There's probably a BIOS update, but I don't know. We'll have to check. We obviously have nothing to boot to, so this should error out with no bootable devices found. Oh, it's going to start again. It shut itself off. Starts up again. That's normal on a first boot. You could do that 2 or 3 times, but it looks like it's just going to do it once. It takes us right into the BIOS. So now the question is there a newer BIOS? If so, this would be a good time to apply it. So if I take a look in here and see what we can see. Full screen for Carey. I'll steal his keyboard over here. BIOS is F5. Released in 2019. Boy, that's quite a bit old. Okay, good to know, good to know. So we come over to the streaming computer and we just go to Google and type in B365M DS3H BIOS, and Google should present us with the first link as Gigabyte's homepage for this board, which it does. That's why I like to use Google versus other search engines for consistency. We'll go over to the support area for this specific motherboard, and under BIOS, it says the current version is F6E. So I'm going to download F6E, and I'm going to grab an empty small flash drive. This is a small 2 gig flash drive that I use for BIOSes right here. And I'll plug it into the streaming computer so I can extract the BIOS file to it. So give me just a second while I do that. And there's our BIOS file. We'll paste that onto the flash drive. Perfect, perfect, and done with that. And now I'll take the flash drive. I don't have to safely eject it as long as the light's not blinking. And we'll plug it into any USB port here, on here. Make sure you seat it all the way in there. I don't need those. And let's see, where do I go? I gotta go here and here so I can see this full screen again. Full screen, there it is, okay. I need this other mouse. We'll go to BIOS. No, it's down here. Q-Flash. Update BIOS. There's the, excuse me, there's the file. I guess I have to double click. And now it's updating. So then we just be patient and allow that to do what it needs to do. It should automatically restart when it's done. Okay, now I'm back looking at the chat room again. Comments, questions? Oh, it's moving along there, didn't it? Planet Cryos contributed $3. Thank you for that. And Blackwatch, thanks for your contributions as well, of course. Just about done on that BIOS update. It's going to reboot on its own, so we're just keeping hands off, letting it cycle its own power on its own time. Vern wants to know if that cooler will fit a 200R. I have used a lot of these coolers back in the day in 200Rs. Yes, it'll fit just fine with plenty of room. Not even close. No, 100R, different story, but a 200R, no problem. The system's turning itself on and off. It's done that twice. All of this is normal, nothing to worry about. They said that's a fast update. Well, that's because it's a small BIOS. It's not a large BIOS like some of the modern motherboards have. It looks like it's starting for a third time. Here we go. And that's what we're looking for. That lets us know, it confirms everything's working like it should. So what I'm going to do now is turn the power off right here. Okay, and then we'll go back to full screen on camera 1. All right, and then I'm going to grab, if I want to build this as cheap as possible, I guess I grab the smaller of the 2 drives. That'll keep it cheap. So 480 gig drive here, and I'm done with the flash drive, so we'll take that, and I'll erase the file off of it. I need a Windows 10 installation USB, which I have right here. I've got a video showing you how you can make one of these for free, completely legal. It's the license keys that cost the money and reach the gray areas that we talked about, or the gray markets. Making the flash drive to install it, it's all legal, and Microsoft likes that. They want you to have Windows 10, and they want you to pay for a license, but it'll work without a license. It'll just have an annoying watermark on the screen forever, but it won't prevent you from working. And since I'm doing this just for testing purposes, I'm not going to activate Windows, but I do want to run Prime 95 on it and make sure that that cooler is installed, because I don't know, it gives me a funny feeling. This has 6 SATA ports on it. Hard to believe there's 6 of them. You guys can't see them, and I can't turn it because of all the cabling. Cabling's coming out your side for, video and power. So I can't turn this the other way, but it's just a standard SATA cable there. And then I'll put SATA power on it. And storage drives don't care if they're upside down or right side up, on their sides, or hanging in the air. They don't care. So I'm just going to lay that on the desk. And now when I start it up, it should automatically boot to this flash drive, because it's the only, well, in theory, there shouldn't be anything bootable on this. This should be blank. I guess we're going to find out. This has been sitting on a shelf for so long, I just don't know anymore. So let's turn that, well, here, let me go back to making myself small. Put that up there. Turn this back on. It's pretty quiet too, considering. And let's see if it boots into Windows 10. Well, Windows 10 installation. It did. That's what I wanted to see. It was quick. Click next. Click install now. All this is all standard stuff. If you've been a part of this channel for a while, you'll always see I do not enter a product key here. And the product keys I use are for Windows 10 Pro only. And I have to obviously accept the license agreement. To a custom install, there's drive 1, partition 1, total space 14 megabytes. There's something on that hard drive. That's not right. Can I delete it? It's not going to let me delete it. That doesn't look right. Windows cannot be installed on drive 0, partition 1. It's a Microsoft reserved partition. Let me refresh that page. Well, that's interesting. How are we going to fix that? It looks like we have a little problem to resolve here. The flash drive doesn't show up as a drive, right? So what we're looking at is the SanDisk solid state drive, and there's clearly something wrong with it. However, it may be easily resolved. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this computer back off. We're going to grab the power switch here, hold the power switch down until the machine shuts off. Okay. We'll go back to full screen on camera 1. And what I'm going to do is remove this, go to my little adapter I showed you earlier, and I'm going to plug that in. And I'm going to plug this onto the streaming computer. Let's see what's going on with it. See, it's got little lights that light up on there when it's connected. Because that electronic circuit board is exposed, I don't want it to touch anything metal. It can hang. Let me show you how that's hanging, because it's kind of funny. I'm just going to let it sit there like that. That's perfectly fine as long as nobody's going to touch it. There's nobody else here but me, so I can take care of this. I'm going to open a command prompt, and I'm going to do it with administrative privileges. Okay, well, let's see if I can capture this and show you. Hey, there's Peter Laycock joining us. Peter contributes 50 pounds. He says, good morning, Carey and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Hey, Peter. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for your continued support. Fred Sunderman contributes $2. Sunderman. I butchered his last name. Fred Sunderman. Thank you, Fred, for your contribution and support as well. Okay, so let me try and capture the window here of what I'm going to show you, because this is a very dangerous thing I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a very powerful DOS-based tool that's been part of Windows for a very long time, been a part of Microsoft operating systems for a long time. I just have to find the window. There it is. All right, let's try this. Okay. I guess I can get rid of my camera and get rid of the other one. All right, now this should get interesting. I'm going to type in disk part. And I'm going to type in list space disk. And it should show me every drive attached to the system. And it says disk 1 is invalid. That's interesting. Very interesting. We're going to type in select disk 1. This is old school days here, folks. It says disk 1 is now this selected disk, and I'm going to type in the word clean. And that should scrub the disk of any previous operating system or configuration. It says it has succeeded. Good. So I can type exit to get out of, you see how it says disk part with a right arrow? So when I take exit, it takes me back to the C prompt. If I type exit again, it'll close that window. All right. And I'm still here. I just got to turn camera 1 back on. Now the question is, will Windows Disk Management see that? So what I would have to do is go to the Start menu and go to, well, let's see, I could right click on it and go to Disk Management. And it says, you know, do you want to initialize the disk? And right now, I'm not going to initialize anything. So I realize you can't see what I'm doing right now. So I'm just going to stop what I'm doing and I'm going to unplug the disk. Just like that. I don't have to stop it with the USB service or anything like that. I don't have to, I'm used to waiting for it to stop spinning. These are obviously not spinning drives. Now the reason why that is such a dangerous tool is there's no reversing it. If I select the wrong disk to clean, then I will have completely wiped irreversibly a drive by mistake. So you've got to be very careful with that tool. It's very powerful. And back in the days of DOS, people didn't use computers unless you really understood DOS. And so tools, there were no easy tools. Everything was dangerous. Now I'm going to plug this drive back in now that I've cleaned it. So we'll just take it back over here. Same drive. Nothing up my sleeve. We'll plug that in. We'll give it power again. Which way does this go? Just trying to plug this in. Okay, we'll just set it there. And then I want to move the camera back so you can see what I'm doing over here. So we'll just turn that back over here like this. Yeah. And we're going to boot off Windows 10 and we're going to do this all over again. So power switch right there. Oh, I got to go to camera 2. Where's camera 2? I got to minimize camera 1. Okay, we're booting. Okay. Take 2. See, this is what happens when people edit videos. Stuff like this happens to other content creators, and you'd never know because they would have cut all that out. I must have used this in something. I don't know what I used it on, but obviously it needed to be erased. And you'll see that that was the only way to erase it properly. I couldn't go into disk management and do it there. I had to go to DOS to completely reset it. You can reset a flash drive. Like if you have a flash drive and it's only showing you like a 2 gig partition and it says that's a 2 gig flash drive and you know it's a 16 gig flash drive. Sometimes when you restore images, it'll do stuff like that. And then you format it, keeps it as a 2 gig flash drive. So what you have to do is clean it. And then when it's cleaned, it's back to the manufacturer's default settings. So now when I choose custom install here, it should offer 440 gigs, which is 480 gigs. I've already explained that in a previous video. We'll hit next and we're off to the races. And now we just wait a minute. This won't take very long. It's still, like I said, an i5. These i5s are fast, so faster than older i7s for sure. But that's the way we used to do things back in the day. So for me, it's no big deal. But if you're new to computers or you're still catching up, understand the power of DOS. John says, didn't the Windows 10 installer have options for deleting the partitions and reformatting the drive? They were shaded out. It wouldn't let me select them. Otherwise, wouldn't that have been what I would have done? Sam says, well done, Carey. Thank you, Sam. System's nice and quiet. Is the hard drive light blinking on and off? Are we doing stuff? The light is solid. Why is it solid? Seems like it should be doing something by now. I don't see it doing anything. Let me look at it closer. Oh yeah, it's going, okay. I couldn't see this little percentage. My screen, unless I go full screen, I'm looking at a window within an OBS window. So everything's running swimmingly as it should. We should be ready for our first reboot. Yep, it's gonna restart. Again, I just keep hands off at this point, even though I could click the restart now button to save 8 seconds. I'd rather just let it do it on its own. Now at this point, we don't need that flash drive installed anymore. I can unplug it at any point. But again, I prefer to keep a hands-off approach until it's completed, until it's prompting me to enter username and password stuff. You know, select some options. I pretty much just let it do its own thing here. Give it a wide berth is what I'm saying. The Bolshevotic says, Carey, my NDA ran out, so did my R&D and NIK basis contracts for GM ran out, so I can use my real name instead of Troll McTrollington. Sure. Rock and Rob says, I remember DOS. I learned it in college. I don't remember a dang thing about it now other than it was very fragile in terms of messing something up. Had to pay strict attention. Disk operating system. DOS. There you go. And we're rebooting. This should be the final reboot here. Reboot number 2. Or is it 3? I was watching the delayed feed, and now I'm back on the live. There's a delay between when I say something or do something on the camera to when you see it. It's like 60 to 90 seconds. So now I don't know if that was 2 or 3 reboots, but I don't care. It's still hands off regardless, whatever it was. Carey, would you advise to install preview updates? That's what Blackwatch wants to know. It's really an individual decision. They're optional. If you want to, you can. They can always be uninstalled. The updates are all reversible. So it's really entirely up to you. For my customers that are not technicians, that rely on me to do their support, I tell them to let me handle that stuff. Generally speaking, it takes care of itself if you just leave it alone. The preview updates, I've never had a problem with them, but I very rarely have problems with updates. If you listen to Tech Bets, you'll hear Mike Smith always has problems with updates and his clients. My clients and me, we don't have the problems. I don't know why. So yes, I always install them for me. But I can handle it if it doesn't work. And if they had a history of not working, I wouldn't be doing it. But it does have a history of working just fine. So I put them on. But I don't really notice any difference one way or the other. So if I didn't have it or I did have it, I couldn't tell you. But if I see it available, I grab it. Let's put the username of user in here. Enter. And then I turn off everything but location settings here. I always want to make sure you do not have any internet set up here if you want to make a local account. So it is intentional that I do not plug an Ethernet cable in during a Windows 10 installation. Otherwise, it forces you to create an online account with Microsoft, and I don't want to do that. Now, the customer can easily do that once they have the system in their possession. They can create that online account. But in fact, as soon as I plug it into a network for the first time, it's going to ask me again to do it. Microsoft marketing is really trying to manipulate people into creating these online accounts. And it's not that that's a bad thing, but I prefer to let the customers make that decision for themselves. A lot of my customers are business clients, and they just don't want backups of their stuff in the cloud unless they knowingly put it there. But I've had some residential clients, one in particular, a daughter was working on some schoolwork back before the pandemic, spilled something in her laptop, lost all of her work. She asked her dad to borrow his laptop, and when she logged into his laptop with her Microsoft account login information, all of her work was saved on OneDrive, and they didn't have any backups. They made backups without realizing they were making backups. They were saving files to the cloud and didn't realize they were saving to the cloud, and they were so happy. But if one of my lawyers or one of my accountants or something like that found out they had private customer data in the cloud without their consent, I would probably not be their technician much longer. Okay, so with all of this done, let's see, we'll click maybe later on that. And let's just cancel this. That's a BIOS thing that triggers that. Okay, I can unplug the flash drive now. Set it over here. And I'll grab an Ethernet cable and we'll plug that in and we'll grab all the Windows updates. You can see prepping the board can take quite some time, especially if we're diagnosing a problem. Like in this case, the drive had some other data on it, but there could be RAM compatibility or a RAM issue, the length of time it takes to put the cooler on, and any complexities involved with that. Now, just by plugging in the network, it's already started downloading updates. So when I check for updates, you're going to see this huge list come up. And in many of those, several of those, I should say, are going to fail the install process because it will already be downloading and installing those. So when it tries to download and install it, particularly the downloading it, it doesn't matter. It's the installation part. When it tries to install something, well, it's already installing the same thing or has previously just installed it, it will get an error. It's nothing to freak out about. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. So we'll just let this sit, and while that's running, I'll go back to the chat once again here to answer any questions you guys have for me. Whoa, what happened? A lot of those just went away awfully quick. See, that'll happen again when updates in the background cause that to automatically reset itself. And I'm still, even though it allows me you can see the restart now is available for me to press. You see how it gets the black box around it? I want it to go ahead and finish what it started. I guess it can do that during the power cycling, but I'm just going, I feel more comfortable just being a little more patient and waiting till all of this not only has downloaded, but installed or says pending restart. So we'll just wait a minute here for that to finish what it's doing. But you don't have to. This is just, I feel more comfortable that way. William Lynn says, or asks, if a college student buys a laptop, would it be wise to buy warranty or insurance for that laptop? Yeah, the more expensive the laptop is, the more important that extended warranty is going to be to you. That warranty is your insurance. It's your peace of mind that your expensive laptop is going to be working for you for whatever length of time the warranty is that you're purchasing. Normally, I don't recommend extended warranties on stuff, but when it comes to laptops or tablets or even smartphones, you know, when you're dropping $1,000 plus on a computer, I would definitely get some kind of peace of mind, ideally a minimum of 3 years, that you know that, okay, no matter what happens, I'm good for 3 years. For the most part, right? I mean, there's probably some exceptions with regards to forgetting it somewhere, losing it, having it stolen. But and it depends on the warranty that you buy, whether it covers accidental damage. But most of them do, I think. And so yes, if it's expensive, I would certainly get some insurance for it. Dave says, Carey, do you want pics of my new build? I'm always happy to see when people share their pictures of their computers with me. So yes, the answer is always yes. Do I have any more case badges? Yes, you can buy the case badges at car-ey-lyst.com. It should take you, also shop car-ey-lyst.com or car-ey-lyst.shop.com. The links are all in the video notes here below this video. Thank you for asking. Pending install, download error. Okay, so that looks good. So we're going to restart it now. Now this is not a good example of how long this machine takes to restart because it's going to be doing finishing the installation process of all those updates. So it's going to take longer to shut down and restart than it normally would, but it's still moving along pretty good and it's still really quiet. Go back to Windows Update again. We're going to repeat this. Zdravko wants to know, is it wise to do a clean installation of Windows 10 with the latest version of 1909 Windows? It doesn't allow me to update it in the normal way through update. I never install an old version of Windows. So 1909 is very old. I don't see any reason why you should not install with 20H2. If it's a clean install, you should always install, in my opinion, with the latest version of Windows. I don't understand why anybody would go to an older version and then go through all the updates. That to me defeats the point of a clean install because then your install won't be clean anymore. Planet Cryos contributes $5 and he says, just cause you are the man. You the man. Thanks, Planet Cryos. Very generous tonight. And Zdravko, thanks for your question. My friend Ron says he's getting a new Great Pyrenees puppy and he's going with the name Kumo. I like the name Tonka because he looked like a big old Tonka truck. Well, he's going to when he gets bigger. He's a cute little puppy too. Okay, I think this is waiting on me to click something. Oh, now I can see it. Click retry, see what it does here. The blank out was a video driver being installed in the background. That's interesting. So we're getting a bunch of drivers here. We're getting the Realtek net driver, the Realtek media driver. There's something I missed here. We'll go ahead and let all these go. Don't worry about this download error. Just ignore that. That will correct itself because that's just a security intelligence, basically an antivirus update. No worries there. And then here are the optionals we were talking about. And I'm going to let this sit here for a minute. Again, I can select it now, but I'm going to let it just do this first because I don't want to interrupt it. Even though, you know, it wouldn't offer it if it wasn't okay to do this. I'm not comfortable with I've seen the way it works and it makes me uneasy. So I'm going to let it finish these two first. Then it might want to restart and we can come back and we'll do this optional quality update. And you'll see it installs without a problem and there won't be any issues. So I don't know, again, I don't know what these problems are that Mike Smith and his customers are having, if it's related to some proprietary software or configuration that Mike does, or my customers and we very rarely have Windows Update problems. So I'm gung-ho on Windows updates, but you know, if you have a problem, don't blame me for it. I'm just telling you what I would do. Peanut Butterfly says, Carey, you inspired me to build, but my pre-built is relatively new and upgraded, so I built a couple of Ryzen servers. What an adventure. Yeah, it sounds like it would be. Well, good job. Well done. That one's still downloading. Ed Dana contributes $5 and Carey, is Windows Defender enough or do I need more antivirus on my new desktop? I've got 16 gigs of RAM and an SSD and I'm in heaven. Well, Ed, you know, Windows Defender is pretty good. There's no such thing as an antivirus that can guarantee 100% protection no matter what you put on it. If you're my client, I'd suggest a paid version of Malwarebytes. My customers get Windows Defender for free. And Malwarebytes is like $30 a year per PC. And what I like about Malwarebytes is it's got the browser extension add-on now. And well, again, it doesn't guarantee you're not going to get an infection. It just makes me feel more secure to have that Malwarebytes constantly monitoring as sort of a second opinion to Windows Defender. So if one should be unstable for some reason, there's always the other one to fall back on. But if you still insist on, you know, doing unwise things online, you can still be infected regardless of what antivirus you use. So I use Windows Defender, and the paid version of Malwarebytes is my recommendation. Thank you for asking. That's been my recommendation now for quite a long time. It hasn't changed in 3 or 4 or 5 years. Sometimes you'll see that cumulative update, you know, it'll say downloading 100%. And sometimes I get impatient with that and I'm like, all right, restart now, and then force that to kick off. And then you might see it says updating PC or something, and the restart may take a little longer than normal. You know, getting Windows ready. So yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. And we're going to boot up one more time and go back to Windows Update and see what's left for us to get. Remember, this is a non-activated copy of, oh, wait a minute. I'm not getting the watermark down here. Let's see if it's activated. They've done a good job of hiding system activation. It used to be right up in here. So there's our 8 gigs of RAM. There's our i5 9600K. If I go up here and just type in activation, see if Windows is activated. Okay, yeah, there's no product key. How could it have activated without a product key? So apparently it will come up eventually and tell us. It'll harass us. But that's fine. I was puzzled. I'm okay now. Oh, so it never finished that download. That's interesting. So it's back to downloading that one. Yeah, all right. See, that's why I normally just take a hands off until it's done. So now it's just going back and repeating what it's already done. And I have to wait for it to acknowledge that and start the install on it, which could take a few minutes because it'll look like it's frozen up. So again, hands off. You know what? You don't have to be hands off. You can use programs and other things. Well, this happens in the background. But I generally, because these are new builds, I like to monitor everything that it's working like I expect it to. And there's nothing for me to run in the background because it's a new build. It doesn't have anything on it. And if I want to, I can click View All Optional Updates. I see there's that one. And there's some driver updates. I'll grab those. And I'll hit Download and Install. This ought to piss it off. Let's see what it does now. Trying that security intelligence update, that antivirus update. We'll see if that fails again. Yeah, that's fine. And then it goes back to this. Oh, this is the preview now. So we'll grab that one. It's going to download that one. So yeah, you can see how long this board prep takes. And remember, if I don't use the same drive, I have to start all over again. So I'm not going to go too far on it. The reason I'm doing this is I just want to make sure all the updates are installed. I'll make sure all the drivers are installed. And then I want to run Prime 95 on it for 15 or 20 minutes and make sure that cooler is working the way it's supposed to. And if everything's good, then I can shut it down, disconnect the drive, and put the motherboard next to a case I'll install it into with a power supply. And it should be as easy as mounting the board, installing the power supply. And then if a customer wants this drive, then it's already good to go. If a customer wants a different drive, then I can install an M.2 or put a larger drive or whatever. And then that's much, much easier than, because all of this will already be done. I guess Peter is leaving, going to work. Hey, Peter, thanks for stopping in. Always good to see you, my friend. I think I need to get a cold Gatorade is what I need to do. This is my opportunity. What are my thoughts on hard disk drives? Well, you don't see very many here on my channel anymore. When you need massive amounts of storage, hard drives are a much cheaper way to get large amounts of storage. NAS devices, for example. But they will eventually go obsolete. Solid state drives will eventually leapfrog over solid state drives will eventually leapfrog over mechanical hard drives in capacity. They'll double and double and double and double and double. Hard drive capacity doesn't double and double and double. I think about 16 or 18 terabytes is the largest single drive you can buy. You can buy one of these SSDs in 8 terabytes right now. The next one will be 16, the one after that will be 32, and then 64. And then suddenly, hard drives won't even be good for mass amounts of storage other than maybe price-wise. And then it'll stay that way for a while, and then SSDs will get cheaper. And then eventually, talking about hard drives will be like talking about records, like vinyl records. We're not there yet, but we're quickly moving in that direction. In the meantime, until we get there, if you need a large amount of storage and you need it inexpensively, you really don't have much choice other than, you know, if you've got good internet service, putting it up in the cloud. It's still going to say downloading. All right, we'll let it sit there as long as it wants. I got all night. We're live. We're about 10 minutes shy of 3 hours on this broadcast. So after I'm able to run Prime 95 on this, that'll probably be the end of tonight's video, but I will be probably prepping a couple more boards like this tonight. It's not all that riveting to watch. It's just me taking the board out onto the box, slapping a CPU on it, putting a cooler on it, throwing some RAM in there, typically an M.2 drive. I'm not doing that because I'm trying to build these as cheaply as I can. I'm not sure why, other than I want to get rid of them. And if you're interested in buying one of them in the United States, reach out to me through my email. And you can find that using the About section of my YouTube channel or using the email address at tech-vets.com. Just go to tech-vets.com, and on the right side there's a link you can click on to reach me or Mike Smith. What else can I tell you? We hopefully will have another Tech Vets this Wednesday. Mitch will join me on Friday to build in that tubular case. It's totally tubular, man. And what else? What's today? Today's Monday, so Tuesday. What I got going on tomorrow? I needed, you know, when I did the Be Quiet build, I never tested the cooler. I mean, I know that cooler is going to be amazing, but I need to put it up here on the bench, and I need to run Prime 95 on that and see just how amazing it is. Zero Core joins us and says hello. Hey, welcome in. Matt says, do you think driver CDs will be replaced with flash drives? Absolutely not. Never. No. No. Flash drives, anytime you deal with something like that, then you have a potential support issue. My flash drive doesn't work, or it's not recognized, or, you know. So what you do is you say, if you want the manual, scan this QR code, visit the website, and they'll do the same with the drivers. You don't want to be installing, I haven't installed drivers off a CD or a DVD in a long time. You always go to the manufacturer's site. Software is evolving far too fast. So whatever's on that CD or DVD is already obsolete and been replaced by the time it's in your hand. I think it's irresponsible for manufacturers to continue to supply CDs and DVDs with motherboards and drivers. It's just irresponsible. Should force the customers to go online and get those drivers from the motherboard maker. Period. End of story on that one. Okay, it's finally installing. I have a Windows 8 retail box with the Windows 8 on a flash drive, and the flash drive doesn't work, and Microsoft won't replace it. At least I can't find anybody to contact to get it replaced. So it's no good. I mean, I don't really care, honestly. It's the product key that's worth all the money. But the stupid flash drive, you can't even update the flash drives. They're locked down, so you can't even put the latest version of the operating system on it like you could if you just bought a cheap flash drive. And that's the problem. You know, what happens when the flash drive stops working? Or in this case, never worked. MGJ Multimedia says, Carey, I have a system that is stuttering with video and audio. I have pulled the graphics card and it still happens. I had a bad RAM stick pulled, but no change. All updates and drivers done. What are your thoughts? Well, unfortunately, stuff like that, I'd have to know your motherboard, your CPU, when the problem started, how you can replicate it, what you're using for a media player. Is it doing it on YouTube? Is it doing it with VLC? It's something I'd have to see. It's far too complex to oversimplify without really delving into what hardware you've got and when the problem started. So I don't know. I really don't know. But others in the chat, if you have suggestions, please let them know. Kevin Billerbeck says, did you see my contributions? Did I? Oh, I guess not. Well, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Let's see. Kevin Billerbeck contributed $20. He says, I saw your video where you replace a drive in your computers and I had to replace one of mine because it was full. I bought a 1 terabyte NVMe. Oh yeah, no, I read that out loud. We already talked about that. Did you walk away? Because I brought out the whole pluggable device and I showed it to everybody. That was like an hour ago. So yes, I did, and thank you for supporting the channel. Installing is still stuck at 22%. Well, it's not stuck. It's doing its thing. So again, you got to be patient on these new installs. See, there goes another video. No, that's not a video driver. That is the computer going to sleep, meaning that the mouse hasn't moved in 10 minutes. So that should wake it back up. Just moving the mouse. Fly on the Wall wants to know if you should ever use clean and repair registry tools. No, absolutely not. I mean, if you've got a computer that's got a problem and you've got nothing to lose because you're going to do a reinstall anyway, and you can't really make it any worse, it's worth a shot. But I wouldn't take a perfectly fine working computer and run any registry cleaning or repairing tools on it, unless you want a computer with a problem. Windows 10 does an amazing job of maintaining itself. Well, these tools were really useful back in Windows XP days. That Windows XP knowledge will cause you more harm today than good. It's time to let go of the way we used to do things. We don't need to do some of those things anymore. Windows 10, if it's left alone, maintains itself. The people with the least computer problems are the ones who don't run system utilities, period. If they're not constantly running system utilities trying to fix something, they generally have less problems. I absolutely forbid my clients. I tell them, if you download and install any unauthorized software on these machines that interferes with my ability to properly maintain your computers, that is not a part of your contract and you will be billed hourly to correct it. That's my job to do that. Don't do my job. Because if you do my job and you screw it up, I'm going to charge you to fix it. So, you do what you want to do, but those are a big no-no in my world. We're getting there, 73%. Frederick Cinnamon sent $5 via PayPal. Thank you for that. I just stepped off camera so I could check messages there. This is going a little bit longer than I thought it would. So while we're waiting, again, any other questions you've got, I'm happy to do my best to provide answers. And of course, watch the chat room for answers to your questions as well. We've got a lot of bright folks there that are very helpful to me as well. Got about 375 people watching live right now. Yeah, 74%. The famous 74% that's going to sit there a while, isn't it? Let me move the mouse so it doesn't go to sleep. Right. David Martinez says hello. Hey, David. Time for another Gatorade. And I want to move these parts. What am I going to do with these? These are all the extra parts to a cooler that I don't have. That's going to be trash, 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 trash. I think that's what's going to happen to that stuff. This stuff over here is going to go with this stuff over here. That'll all go in this motherboard box for this configuration, as will the spare cooler parts there. Yep, I think that is complete. Better check these other boxes before I throw that stuff away. Okay, that one is definitely sealed. That one is not sealed, but does it have everything in there? Appears to. I'm nervous about throwing this stuff away because this is the stuff that's hard to find if there's a problem. But I think those are the last of my Hyper 212 Evos. The problem is I'm not positive. I'm going to set this stuff over here and I'll make a decision on it later. I don't know what I want to do yet. I mean, I've had it all this time and I never used it, so I can't imagine I need it. But who knows? The minute I throw it away, that's when I need it. And that's how you become a hoarder. Okay, so we're good to restart this. Fly on the Wall says, what browser do you like? I use Google Chrome because I'm a YouTube content creator, which is owned by Google, and it just works better. Although it's sometimes hard to tell the new Microsoft Edge from Google Chrome. Firefox I don't really care for. Opera I don't really care for. The Brave browser doesn't really do much for me. For the most part, as a working computer technician, it's important that I'm familiar with what the majority of the customers that I have are using so I can service them in the most efficient and quick way possible. So generally speaking, whatever is the most popular is generally what I like, because that's where the money is. Those are the people calling about the problems. Even though Google Chrome has some really annoying features, it keeps me in business, so I have to be familiar with it. But again, because I'm on YouTube anyway, it's in my best interest to use Google's browser. So it's not really that I'm saying I like it. I'm saying I don't really have much choice. This is what I have to do to be in business. Or at least what I have to do to be in business easily or easier. There's no sense getting to know Opera when I have 0 customers that have used it. Or the Brave, I don't have any customers using the Brave browser. So those people tend to take care of themselves. But what I like doesn't matter anyway, you know. You use what you like and I'll use what I like, and you eat what you eat and I'll eat what I eat. It's all good. You drive what you like to drive, I'll drive what I like to drive. Now we should see, all right, it's probably gonna fail this again. Once again, I don't care about this. That's temporary, that error will go away. So that's fine. We have all the other updates. So I wanna look for any final driver updates, and the way I do that, and again, this is another feature I like from Intel, is we'll start this browser, which we gotta go through the whole startup routine here with Edge. And we're going to Google, let's see, can I use this keyboard? Google. And we'll type in Intel driver update utility. I don't even have to finish typing it. This is a free download for all Intel-based systems, but only if you built your own computer. If you have a computer made by, you know, if it's a pre-built or a laptop, then you definitely want to get your updates through the manufacturer of the machine. But if you built your own and it's Intel-based, then using this free Intel driver and support assistant can be quite beneficial. So we'll agree to the terms and conditions, but I'm going to decline joining their computing improvement program. Click yes to install it. It's very small, you know, just take a minute, not even a minute to install. And it's going to open the browser when I click launch, and it's going to show us all of the information on our system. So there's a newer graphics driver than what we got from Microsoft. What a shock. So we'll download that, and then it tells us about our board, you know, our configuration, all built in here. It tells us about our processor, graphics, display, audio, networking, and input-output, our memory. And again, we can click down on that for more details. A very powerful little free utility. And I'm going to say no to that survey. And when we go up here, you'll see when it's done, it's going to take a minute. It's a 500 megabyte file, so it's going to take a little bit to download that. So only about 30%. And once that's at 100%, it'll offer us to install it. And that should, then after that, we should have all our drivers up to date. And we have a little icon down here. You see the little red dot that tells you there's an update available that sits down in your system tray. It's completely free for all Intel systems. And I'm going to just dismiss this stuff here because I don't care about it. There we go. Eddie Sawyer says hello. Hey, Eddie. Good to see you, my friend. I wonder if stuff like this, that, you know, I always keep my clients up to date, and I wonder if stuff like this is maybe causing some of the Windows update problems Mike Smith and his clients are having. I'm a stickler on keeping up with the latest drivers officially from the manufacturer, not from any other source. I don't know. I just, all I can do is speculate. So I've told it to go ahead and install the latest Windows 10 Intel graphics driver because, again, an older graphics driver can cause a Windows update failure for sure, as could any other older driver, whether it's Wi-Fi or Ethernet or chipset or sound or, yeah. I mean, these driver updates come out for a reason, folks. We'll go through this real quick. It'll want to reboot after this. And I've seen where the update tool doesn't recognize that it's already installed the graphics driver. And it'll ask to do it again. And you just hit cancel on it if that happens on the reboot. I don't know why it does that, but it won't be just you that it does it to. I generally know when the driver installs because the screen will go black for a second and then come back. And this part here can take a while. I think it's trying to replace a driver that's in use, and I think that's why it takes a while, but I'm just theorizing again, speculating. I'm not quite sure what the code is involved in this process. And if I don't see the screen blank out, then I assumed it didn't install, even though it might say that it installed the driver. If it offers me it again, the same driver again on a reboot, then I'll do it again, and it'll happen much faster the second time, and I should see the screen blank out, which again, I'm not seeing it do yet, and I'm just kind of watching it. Because if you look away, you know, it only does it for a second, so you got to pay attention. It doesn't normally take this long unless it's having some difficulty replay. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. So I didn't see it blank out the screen at all. So when I click next and finish, it's going to want to restart. We're going to let it restart. And I suspect it's going to come up and ask us to install that again. Let's see. Even though the install said it's finished and I can go back and check the drivers, I probably don't have to do the install again. I think it's an error in the Windows Update software that creates this cycle. But if it offers it to me for the reasons I just said, I'll do it one more time. And you'll notice the second time will happen a lot faster if it asks. So I'm just going to let it sit here at the desktop for a second and let it finish loading and see if that updater, not the updater, but the installer for the Windows graphic card, if that automatically starts up again. I guess not. I guess it's happy. We come down here. Oh, no. See, it did it. There it is. Now watch. This time around, Watch how much faster, and watch the screen will blank out. Right there, it should blank out. There it goes. Now the driver's put in. Or at least if it put it in again, one way or the other. So here's the thing, when I hit restart, that driver's gonna try and install again. So I'll hit cancel and that'll put a stop to that permanently. So it does seem to be some kind of a weird bug in the system, and it only affects the Intel video driver. And I don't know why that happens, but this is a brand new build, so clearly it's not a compatibility issue. There's something in the code that's just, I'm sure Intel will fix it one day. But at least it's there and it alerts me, versus having a newer driver that you would never know was there unless you had the technical knowledge to know how to search for it on Intel's website, which is huge. And this is the same graphics chip on the Intel processor is on the i5 that's on the i7. It's the same graphics performance. And if I let this sit here long enough, I think you'll see that the Intel video driver software installer is going to kick on again. So I'm gonna be a little bit more patient this time, give it a chance to, here we go, it's doing something. There it is. And now I'll just hit cancel right here. And that, you want to cancel? Yeah, exit that. That solves it. It's good. We're done. Okay, so now we have a green dot. If we want to check, just double click and it'll open the browser and it should let us know everything's up to date. If I had an Intel SSD, it would tell me if there was a new firmware for it. If I had an Intel NUC, it would tell me if there's a new BIOS for it. It will do it all right through this one utility. Intel network adapter drivers, Intel Bluetooth, Intel Wi-Fi, Intel video, Intel, anything Intel related that has a driver is going to be supported through this page. All in one site. It's all official. You don't have to pay any money to any companies, any third-party companies. Please don't pay third-party companies or install any third-party software to install drivers. That's definitely not a road to go down, in my opinion. I'm going to plug my utilities flash drive into the computer now. And then we're going to pull up Prime 95 along with the temperature software. So we want HW monitor and Prime 95. And you know what? Let's run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimization tool. Since we're in here, we'll grab a copy of that. I always put that on the desktop. Don't run it from the flash drive. Double click, yes, and apply. Now it's going to go through and do all the optimizations that I like to do, and then it'll want to reboot. And when it comes back, you'll see we've got some new icons on the desktop. And this area down here will no longer hide icons. These will all be on display without hiding them. Watch. Let's restart and you'll see. See what our boot time is on this thing now. Should be decent. And remember, we're not loading off NVMe. This is just off a solid state drive. That's why when people are worried about how many thousand megabits or megabytes per second a data transfer is, this is only moving data about 550, and the difference is like 2 seconds or something, ridiculously tiny. So unless you're moving a ton of data, the amount of return you get on your investment isn't, it just keeps diminishing. The faster the speeds are, like Gen 4, you're not really going to see any difference in real world usage for most people. Some people will, but most people will not. But hey, you may not be most people, I don't know. All right, we see, we'll find our temps here. Right here, so there's our 6 cores. This is our current temperature, our lowest, and our maximums since we just restarted. Let's start Prime 95 and let's hammer all 6 cores at 100% for at least 15 minutes. There we go, there's all 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, there's 6 cores running. Let's watch these temperatures. Watch this side. I don't want to see it go higher than 85. And let me get my timer out. Starting to use my phone for this stuff now. And we'll let the timer run. And we'll keep an eye on that over here. Okay, so while that's running, do me a favor. You guys keep an eye on that and let me know if I need to pay attention, because I'm going to go back to the chat. We've got 15 minutes for you if you have any questions for me. I'll do what I can. I guess I can move the camera back now. I don't need it there anymore, so let's go ahead and move this thing back here. Oh, gosh, it's heavy. The cable's all twisted up. Why is it? I'll have to fix that. Right about there should be right. All right. Okay, so looking here in the chat room. Jason says, when you run Uncle Carey's Netfix tool, do you select all or do you choose certain? No, I would select all the options, yeah. I can hear the fan starting to get a little faster. Temps are still looking really good. 58, 57 looks like. The highest 57C. Want to keep that below 86. Basically 85 or below. So 85 is as high as I ever want to see it. You can see our core speeds here. It's rocking out, hitting 4.6 gig. Sitting at 4.3 gig right now. Not too shabby for an i5, right? Having it out of the case and having some cool air blow in here also makes a big difference on the temperatures. The ambient room temperature can make a huge difference on results of testing on an open box case, open air case like this. So, open air case. In an open air configuration like this. Obviously, if I was in a walk-in refrigeration unit and doing this, you'd probably see even cooler temps. Because remember, there's sensors on the board as well, and they're being affected by the ambient room temperature that we're in. If this was summertime and I was doing this, and this room was, 85, 83 degrees Fahrenheit, then those temps would run a few degrees hotter. Angel Eyes contributes $5. I should say Angel. Angel contributes $5 and says, hello, everyone. Hey, thank you, Angel. Dale Linden says, hello. Hey, welcome in, Dale. We're sitting on just under 5 minutes of the, well, since I started the timer. I always start the test first and the timer second, so the timer, by the time the timer hits 15 minutes, I know it's been longer than 15 minutes. So I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to the machine that it's enduring the torture test long enough. Now imagine you're in my shoes and I've got 2 more of these to do that are here at this location and another 8 at the other location. And you can see how much time this takes just to prep. And so what I decided was that I was going to start prepping this stuff outside of the box and outside of the case when I was getting ready for a build. So when Mitch comes over on Friday to do that tubular case, we're going to have a board with the CPU is already on it, Windows is already on it, the cooler's already on it. Obviously the solid state drive is already on it. And all we're going to have to do is install the motherboard. Now, just doing that is going to be a couple of hours, probably. You saw the amount of time it took with the Be Quiet case with the installation of that liquid cooler. That added a good 45 minutes onto the build, which could not be done outside of the case. That's why we were using a temporary cooler, a temporary air cooler, while we were prepping the board for the install. And that was 2 or 3 videos on its own all by itself because of the entanglements we got into with that. So this should make the process a bit smoother, and then maybe separate the videos out into motherboard prep from installing into the case, and then every once in a while doing the whole thing soup to nuts, but not every time. It just takes, you know, we're going 5-6 hours on these and just repeating what we've already done over and over and over again. MGD's asking if I prep every motherboard, if you know you're going to sell the system. Normally, no. This is a new process I've decided to do in order to expedite. I'm so far behind, I'm changing my process. So from this point forward until further notice, I'll be prepping all of the boards like this before they go in the case. And then maybe when I'm feeling less pressure from getting work done, and I can kind of take a breather and go back to like enjoying my builds really in a very calm, patient manner, then I might go back to the other way. But that'll be an exception. This is going to be the new normal for a while. And I've got so many to do, I can't film them all. So what I'll probably do is, like when I'm doing this alone and I'm not filming, I'll go in the other room and watch some TV, or sometimes I'm on the phone with a customer working remotely. If it's late at night, I mentioned TV first because it's already 10:30 in the evening here. So there's not going to be any customers I'm calling at 10:30 at night. So I would go watch some TV and then periodically check in on it and see how it's doing, because the computer is very patient. If I let it sit and go to bed and wake up, it'll still be waiting for me. It's the most patient thing. I don't have to, you know, be there right when it says to click OK. You know, it'll just wait, and then I can watch a couple of shows or whatever, and you know, let Windows updates take as much time as it wants. I'm not staring at it wondering if it's stuck. And you know, answer emails, do more YouTube administration. Watch some YouTube reaction videos. You know, stuff like that, just occupy my time, go to the news sites, read what's going on in the news. And the next thing you know, 3-4 hours has gone by and I'm like, oh, I should probably eat something today. You know, grab a bite to eat, come over here, crunch, 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 click, 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 and then go back in there. So it's very easy to prep the motherboard when it's being done under that circumstance where I'm not, you know, live on camera trying to keep things moving along. Sean says he enjoyed the latest Subaru video. I'm not a car guy, but you did a good job asking questions. Yeah, I've got more of that to edit. That's coming up next month when I have some time to do some editing. I'm still looking for an editor, but you know, somebody's got to have technical knowledge to understand what has to be kept into the video, you know, can't be cut. But they also have to have editing knowledge, and I've yet to find that person. Check in on this and see how it's doing. Timer says we're at 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes. Our highest temp so far is 59 C. So that's amazing. That's very impressive. I'm going to let this run a full 20 minutes because sometimes Prime 95 gets hotter in the test that it runs between 15 and 20 minutes. So we'll let it run to a full 20 minutes just to hammer the heck out of it and know that even the cooler it's not warm. It's not even warm. It's literally a very cool cooler. Apparently I've installed it correctly. It's working well. We'll check back in here in a little bit. Just crossed over 11 minutes now. But yeah, just doing this casually, you know, because what else am I going to be doing? I think it's important that I force myself to try to distract myself from work into, you know, clicking on YouTube videos or watching, if there's something on TV to watch, you know, watch the latest Justice League movie that's 4 hours and 2 minutes long, something to just get my mind off of this. Otherwise, I'll just think about it. Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Should I check it? You know, so let me get distracted. Let me watch that, go, oh, geez, I forgot. I need to check on that and come in here and check it and bump it along to the next step and go back. And then I'm more ready. I'm more likely going to sleep easier because I've allowed myself some unwinding time than to immediately go, okay, I'm done with work and now I'm going to go to bed and I'm still wired up from working. That's the problem with being self-employed is, you know, you don't clock out. So I can work and work and work and work and work. I was up till 3 o'clock, it was about 3:30 in the morning last night prepping other boards. And then today had to go get some more boards and some more parts to prep. And I want all this stuff out of here as soon as possible. So anything you see being built is mostly available for sale, and you can always reach out to me if you're interested. I'm not going to do any custom builds for a while. I need to get rid of all of these parts. I need to clear room. I am buried in computer parts. The last thing I need is another computer. In fact, that tubular computer, when it's done, I guarantee that'll be for sale because I don't want it. It's just something I'm building for the channel. It's not for the channel. It's for the views, for the content. I will find a word. I'm doing it for the content value. Once the content's been made, I don't want it. What is the best charging practices to protect a laptop battery like on a tablet? Generally speaking, lithium-ion batteries like to be fully charged, fully dissipated, fully charged, fully dissipated 3 times when they're new, when you first get them. Fully charge and fully dissipate 3 times. Then after that, it shouldn't matter anymore. Batteries are all temporary, and the difference that makes is probably very slight with regards to lifespan. Whether a battery is used heavily or not used at all, it's still going to eventually just not hold much of a charge. The amount of hours that you get out of a battery will decrease over time. It's just the way of things. In general, there's really nothing special you should have to do. I think one of the worst things people can do is when they plug in a phone that's turned on, like if you plug any device in like a phone, the phone doesn't run off the power. The phone runs off the battery. So what ends up happening is you've got your phone on your charger when you go to bed. A lot of people put their phone on their chargers beside them when they sleep, you know, at the bedside table. And what happens is your phone charges to 100% and the charger turns off. Then the phone is just on the battery and the battery dips to 99 or 98%. It kicks the charger back on, and it charges it again. So imagine how many times it's doing that while you're sleeping. Charger's off, the charger's on, the charger's off, the charger's on, and it's ripping your battery to shreds. So what I recommend that you do is fully charge your phone before you go to bed, or when you wake up in the morning, charge it then. Most of it, well, I can't speak for other countries, but it's pretty common in America that you would wake up and take a shower and use the bathroom and shave and get yourself dressed, ready for the day. Your phone could be on the charger that whole time. Now, depending on how heavily you use your phone during the day, my Galaxy S10 here takes about, I want to say maybe an hour and 20 minutes to an hour and a half if it's that low. You know, if I'm down to like 30%. I very rarely get it below 30%. And I can charge it, you know, with the fast charger with a cable, or there's also fast charging, wireless charging, but it's not as fast. And if you leave your phone on the charger overnight from time to time, it's fine. But night after night after night after night after night after night, your battery will degrade faster than others who don't do that. And that's just, you know, part of that's lithium ion. I wish the chargers would be smarter and could say, you know, let the phone drop to 90%, or put a timer on the charger. So if you're getting up at 6:30 in the morning, maybe have the charger turn itself on at 4 a.m. so it's got a good 2.5 hours to charge up. But what I will do is I will keep my phone off the charger while I sleep, but I will leave it on the charger before I go to bed. So whatever it's at before I go to bed, I unplug it or remove it from the wireless charging stand. And then and when I wake up in the morning, I put it back on the charger while I shower and get dressed and get ready for the day. That works for me. Now, I just hate the idea of that battery charging off, charging on, charging off, charging on. That's just not good. And it's a real shame that that the manufacturers haven't addressed that. But I guess they just want you to buy a new phone, so I don't think they're very motivated. Where are we at? We're at nearly 18 minutes. Temperature did climb. We went to 63, but we're still 22 degrees Celsius below my warning area, which is fantastic. But it is an i5. An i5 is going to run cooler than an i7. There's not rocket science there. An i3 would run even cooler. I don't need a tower cooler on here. A stock cooler would have been fine. But these K CPUs, Intel doesn't include a cooler for them because I assume you want to overclock them. Why you'd want to overclock an i5, I don't know. I guess you got nothing else going on, or you enjoy pointless challenges. But, you know, who am I to judge? You knock yourself out. But since I had to provide a cooler for this, and since I had these old coolers, which I knew would be more than adequate, it's working out even better than I thought. So that's good news. Yeah, we're at 18.5 minutes. We'll let it run another 2 minutes here, and we'll check back in. Any final questions? This is the time. Blackwatch asks if I have any videos August 18th through August 22nd. That's a very specific period of time. Is there a particular video you're looking for? I don't even know that I made any. I could go a week without making a video. So that's an unusual question. I have to ask why you're asking. And while you're answering that, I can take a look and see if I have any content. I have no idea. No idea. August of 2020. Yeah, it goes from August 18th is when Colin Hilton's video. So I was obviously not making content. I did a viewer video on August 17th, a viewer video on August 18th, and then I did, my sister published an edit of the used X399 board for Threadripper, the original Threadripper build, on August 23rd. And if I look at my live content in that same period of time, because YouTube now, for some stupid reason, separates my live content into a whole nother category. Looking back in, let's see, that's October. I got to go back further. August 17th. August 20th, there's a video called the Best $700 Computer Build. It's a public video. I don't know why you wouldn't see that. That's on August 20th. And then after that, the next one that's live is August 24th, called Live Testing Used Motherboards Purchased at a Discount. So that this board might be part of that, actually, that video. And where are we at? We're at over 21 minutes. So that's about as cruel of a torture test I think I want to run here. And 64 degrees Celsius looks like our maximum temp here. 64. And what I'm going to do when I stop Prime 95, watch how fast those temperatures are going to drop. We'll go stop. Then I have to click OK. So you ready? When I click OK, watch the temps on this side right here. Watch this first row and watch how fast it's going to drop about 20 degrees Celsius. Here we go. The fan immediately quieted down. Now you're not going to get that fast of a cool down on a liquid cooler. Liquid holds heat longer than air does, right? I mean, you've seen how long it takes to wait for soup to cool down, or a cup of coffee. So it's much the same with liquid cooling with a computer. That's sort of the downside, if you want to say it's a downside. Also, when I shut the computer off, which I'll do now, it'll also cool much faster versus a liquid cooler, which will take much, much longer to get back down to room temperature because it's a liquid cooler and it's going to hold the temperature for a longer period of time. So it doesn't make liquid coolers bad, but it may be something you hadn't considered before, and I just want to bring it to your attention. What is my favorite project so far? Master Singleton's asking in the chat room. The best, my favorite so far, You know, it's going to sound weird, but I think the Xenos build is my favorite project. It's the most involved, the longest running, the most challenging build because of some restrictions, both with time and its uniqueness and its design and some custom fabrication I had done. I think it is one of my favorites. I've got a couple favorites. You know, that big Conquer 2 computer with all the RGB in the front that I bought as a joke. I really like that build, and I can't wait to get back to it to finish it. This was my birthday present to myself, and I really enjoyed it. Well, it's tough if I had to pick one though, because there's some projects like the black helicopter case. I'm very proud of it, but I don't want to do it again. But I look at it, I'm like, wow, it really does look good. But man, I just don't want to. I don't want to spend that much time on a project that's so big and heavy and expensive. But I'm glad I did it. Now I don't want to do that again. Not anytime soon. I need some recuperation time from that one. Have I ever worked on a Corsair 275R? I think I worked on one once and I didn't like it. I know it's got that like a slim window in it or something. There's a reason why I keep going back to the Corsair 200R, and I've been using it for, what's it been, 10 years? Nearly 10 years. It's good, it's reliable, and I can count on it. And it's affordable. It's a very affordable case. One of the cheaper cases you can buy that has that much expandability and that much room to work within. And well, it's not a perfect case. It's as close as I've seen to perfect at that price point. In fact, I can't find anything close to it for upwards of 50% more, right? You have to exceed $120 before you get to a really good case that matches what that, or beats what the Corsair 200R does at half the price. So that's my opinion. So that if you don't see me use it, it's because I'm not a fan. But I do believe I used a 275R and I didn't like it. In fact, I think I used the 275R. Didn't I upgrade my niece's computer out of that square cube? Didn't we put that in a 275R? It was like orange because they had them in different colors. I think it was a 275R. And it was okay, but it wasn't, I didn't care for it. If I did, you'd see a lot more of them. But a lot of this is personal choice, personal preference. And, you know, don't let me dissuade you from something, from your own experience and your own choices and opinions. MGJ Multimedia says, other than the Mugen 5, what is your next favorite CPU cooler? The Dark Rock 4 from Be Quiet, and this Noctua cooler, the NHU12S. I really like, let me grab it over here. I like the look of the cooler, and I like the ease of installation on this cooler. And price-wise, it's about $70 or $80 versus the Mugen is at $50, and the Pure Rock, is it Pure Rock 4? That's like in the middle between these two. And I would put them in performance right in the same order. I really like this Noctua cooler. If this cooler was $110, I probably wouldn't use it. But for a Noctua product, it's easy to install, it's affordable, and it does a fantastic job cooling. So you'll see a lot more of these on the channel. Thank you for asking all the questions, and I can stop my timer. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for all the contributions. Angel and Ed Dana, as well as Planet Cryos, Peter Laycock, Fred Sunderman, Trent Moeller contributed $1. I missed that one. Sorry, Trent. Kevin Billerbeck, thank you for your contributions. And Blackwatch, you as well. And let's see, Paul Stallion 48 contributed $5. He said, thanks for all you do. I appreciate that you've not become a sellout like a lot of the other YouTube channels. Yeah, but they make so much more money than me. CYQ, thank you for your contribution. And Joe Bush, of course, as always. Rick Hubbard, thank you as well from England. Gary Tatum and Rick Lakes, Bruce Hilton, and Cairo and Paul Garrett. Yates Networks, Chris's Channel of Technology, Eric P. Nice contribution again there from Planet Cryos with a $50 contribution. And Navy Retired contributed $15 to the stream. So thank you guys so much for helping to support the channel and keeping me independent. I'm curious about your thoughts with regards to, man, I'm telling you, I'm getting hammered by companies that want to sell software keys, gray market software keys like Windows and Office and games, and I'm getting hammered by data recovery software. Now, you know, I'm not a fan of data recovery software because it implies that you can recover data with it, which may not be the case, depending on why the data is not there. A failing drive, depending on why it's failing, could be damaged beyond professional repair by attempting to recover it yourself. I had somebody reach out to me, a friend of a friend, and asked what data recovery software I'd recommend because they have an old hard drive that's been sitting that apparently has some Bitcoin on it. And they want to get that Bitcoin back since Bitcoin's been going up again. And I said, I'm not going to recommend anything to you because that sounds pretty serious. So if you've got enough value of Bitcoin to be worth recovering it, then it'd be worth $300 to send it to $300 data recovery and let the professionals do this. Because if you hose it up, then professionals may not be able to bring it back. So if you have even just one Bitcoin worth $58,000 as of today, the 29th of March 2021, then you're too cheap to spend $300 to get it back because you want to find some software somewhere. And I think they were asking for free software on top of that to try and recover your big. I just, no, don't even ask me. I don't want to even entertain that because there's no way you can expect me to take you seriously. And, who knows? They might have said, hey, I contacted that guy, Carey, you told me about, he's a jerk. I'm not an enthusiast. I'm a professional, and I don't want to be held accountable or find out that I recommended some piece of software that destroyed a professional's ability to get that data back. And I think they said, well, I found something, and I think this is the file, and I'm going to just do it. Myself thinks anyway. And then I never heard from them again. And I just shake my head. I don't know what people are thinking. If you're not willing to spend $300 to get $58,000, I guess my time is worth even less than that to you. And I've just found it very disrespectful. It's okay for you to use my time. You're not a customer. I don't know who you are. You're reaching out to me personally. It's not like it's on a video where other people can benefit from the knowledge. And they might say, well, it's an innocent question. You're not obligated to answer it, but I kind of am, right? If you're a friend of a friend, I'm going to try and, I don't like to say no. I try to help people, but, somebody's like, well, 2 aspirin are good. I guess I should take the whole bottle. Like, no. Maybe you should see a doctor if this has been going on for some time. Oh, never mind. I'll take care of it myself. So that disappoints me when I get calls like that or emails like that. But, it's different if it's somebody I don't know. But if it's a friend of a friend and I've never met them and we have a mutual friend, I certainly want to point them in the right direction. And that's just a shake your head moment. Stealth Mode said, I'd be open to you doing promos. Would not think differently. We must evolve. Bitcoin is not stored on your hard drive, Carey. They're pulling the wool over your eyes. I think they had you had your own Bitcoin wallet, and I think the Bitcoin wallet is on the hard drive, if I'm not mistaken. Or, I didn't delve that much into it, but Bitcoin is certainly stored on a hard drive for sure. For sure it is. Yeah. I know it is because there's a guy in England who's trying to get his municipality to allow him to dig in the garbage dump to try and find a laptop he threw away a couple of years ago. And he said there's $17 million worth of Bitcoin on it. And he's agreeing to pay $7 million to the city if they'll allow him to dig and locate that laptop. And you can Google that and read about it. So Bitcoin is absolutely, or certainly was, you were able to store your own Bitcoin wallet for sure. What are my thoughts about the gray market? I've got a whole video talking about it. The bottom line is I think if you're a home user, you don't have anything to worry about. If you're a business owner or you're a very wealthy individual, then you shouldn't be shopping for the cheapest software keys. It could end up costing you a lot of money. But if you don't have any money to begin with, you've got nothing for anybody to take, there doesn't seem to be any risk in it. and it is a gray market, right? So it's not illegal, it's not illegal, it's somewhere in this gray area. And it'd be very unusual for any entity to come after you unless you have something to take. So as a professional, I don't advise nor recommend, or will I condone gray market software in a professional environment, because it could be the end of my business if they were to get audited. And of course, they'll point the finger at me and say, well, he's our IT guy, so if he let us have it, you know, whatever it's costing us, we're going to take it out on him. They'll sue me after they get sued by the other company. So for liability reasons, and just to make sure I don't drown and harm myself through bad decision-making processes, I think home users, which are the vast majority of people watching my YouTube channel, I'm sure, it really doesn't matter. Microsoft doesn't seem to care to answer any emails regarding it, nor does the Business Software Alliance. Nobody's returning my emails. So I'm going to take that as a green light that for home users, it appears to be just fine. I don't know. I really don't know. Without any answers and with no ongoing or existing litigation in this realm, it doesn't seem to exist anymore. It appears they have really changed their stance, and that whole landscape of gray market isn't pursued like it used to be. Now, software piracy, they'll still go after software pirates, but gray market is not piracy. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for all of the support, all my friends in blue, and the new folks that were turned blue this evening. Welcome to being blue. I am going to wrap this up for the evening. We're right at 4 hours, which is perfect. That's perfect. And I'm going to get another couple boards done tonight. At least one board done tonight. Anyway. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you all very, very soon. Remember, on Friday, that tubular build, the thumbnail, we're going to build that computer, Mitch and I. I hope you'll join us for it, starting at 1 p.m. on Friday. Wednesday, I hope we'll do a Tech Vets Wednesday evening. And then I'm not sure if I'll have a video on Tuesday and Thursday. We'll see how things play out and what time permits. That's going to wrap it up for me, and I will see you all again very, very soon. I'm looking for an outro to use. Until then, no, I don't want that one. I guess I'm just bored with all these. Yeah, I guess I'll just go with the basic outro here. Okay, thanks again for watching. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.